We're the whites. Nobody ever cares if bad things happen to us anymore.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
And I want to understand white rage, and I'm white.
Make it stop. Make the hurt stop, please. Like.
This makes Jim Crow look like Jim Eagle.
My powers. will be.
Somebody had to do it. I am the chosen one. Somebody had to do it.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, y'all down on that.
Mic check, mic check. Can we get a 1 in the chat? Am I clear to you? Oh, right out the gate, Clue with the $5 super chat. You must already know what's gonna happen right now. You've pre-gamed this a little bit, but I take the donation kindly. Thank you.
I need that money.
Clue Studio says this is the saddest interview in human history. Hood. I will remain. I haven't watched the entirety of it. I've watched a good chunk of it. Haven't watched all of it, but I expect Negro shenanigans.
I need that.
I expect Negro shenanigans to happen. So we'll see. But before we even get to all that, and we are kind of, I guess the bombing of Iran was the official kickoff of White Boy Summer. It's not how I wanted White Boy Summer to kick off, but I mean, you take the summer that you can get, right? And since we're talking, you know, race relations and white boy things and all that, I want to share something with you. Taking over the airwaves right now. The white boys are rediscovering recipes, man. White Boy Disco Summer is back. You're going to hear this at a white nationalist rally. You don't even know what you're talking about. Watch this, watch it. Pumpkin is because they're Italian. They're Italian in Italy. So technically they look normal. As far as I know, every Italian white man looks slightly gay. With a friend who looks like he might be in the mob. It's weird. It's weird. It's an Italian culture thing. Okay, he looks like, you know, he may or may not be on the spectrum, and he may or may not be a psychopathic killer, but they're also moonlighting as Italian DJs. So, you know, guys got to have hobbies, right? Welcome, Bumpkin. I already knew this was great fast wave music. I can feel the energy. Just play. Imagine that sound, and you're bombarded with 0.5-second images of the Roman Empire. Claudius, Justinian, battles. Oh my God, now you can add 3D AI images of actual Roman battle. You can do the ultimate fast wave content. You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome. Tell the cause, don't forget it. At the same time, white guys are having all this fun. You know, we're back on mission.
I would say our country should be more fearful of white men across our country, because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country. We should be profiling, monitoring, and creating policies to fight the radicalization of white men.
The radicalization of white men. Everyone's worried about that, by the way. That is why you have like the movie or the mini series Incel was all popular over in the UK. The Manosphere, the red pill guys, you know, they're always getting accused of racism and white nationalism and all that. And it's really noticeable at this point. And for a couple of weeks now, we've been looking at liberalism. And we're taking a second pass at this topic of race and liberalism here, because it is my my hypothesis that, and maybe I didn't explain this. I didn't really maybe think about this the last time around, but I want to say this as a definitive claim. Liberalism has gained favor in the West by specifically demonizing one race and weaponizing all of the other racial and ethnic groups against one particular group. And so that took a while, but it seems to have created an understandable backlash, which is kind of where we are now. And so it's been my my hypothesis that liberalism cannot contend with the issues of race, and especially since liberalism itself has only exacerbated those issues. It's used to leverage. It's used those issues to leverage for its own power. And so we're going to have a little bit of a discussion about a discussion. We're going to comment on the FD signifier P.F. Jung debate. And really, what's interesting about that is P.F., if I kind of read him accurately, he's not a right-leaning guy by any measure. He kind of hates all that, if I hear him right. He calls himself a radical centrist. At least that's what's printed on his profile on the page. And the thing about being a quote centrist is that unless you're actually on the right wing, as far as I'm concerned, a conservative, a modern mainstream standard Republican conservative is a centrist. Everybody else is to the left of him. Now, for P.F. Jung to say he's a centrist, you're still on the left, buddy. I forgive you, but whatever.
We all deal with racism. White people deal with racism. Black people deal with racism. Everyone deals with more racism. White people or black people? At this point in time, I would definitely say white people. You're delusional. I believe you're delusional. You can't erase 400 years. You can't. No one's trying to erase 400 years, but you're only focused, hyper-focused on the 400 years instead. Of course, you're thinking by your skin color instead of your brain. Your brain is not here. Your brain is not here. Your brain's up here. So think with your brain instead of your skin color. When you think by your skin color, this is what type of mentality you embody. I'm black. That's it. I'm black. We're human beings. We're human beings. This is why our society is going backwards instead of forward. You can keep repeating the same thing over and over. You can keep repeating the narrative. It doesn't matter. You're integrationist. I don't care about white people. I don't care about integration. I care about us coming together as the United States of America. This is the United States of America, not a divided States of America. You're in the divided States of America. I'm in the United. And America. We all deal with racism.
Now, as the left wing grapples with its man problem, specifically its white man problem. I talked about that at length the other day. And one of the issues that is going to really pull the left apart is the Rainbow Coalition. It almost has to turn white people against themselves, right? And what you're going to see is that within the coalition of the left, the idea of just generalized disdain for white men at large is it's just the culture. It's just the way it is. And a lot of the people on the left can't help but to notice how much you guys hate them.
My perspective has changed a lot in the last few years, where I've become more sympathetic to the, I don't know what you would label your, I don't even call it ideology, but just perspective of race consciousness sounds too, is that too much?
I mean, it's
the reality of race, maybe.
Ooh, then you get into race realism.
Okay, right. I know.
White guy can't even conceive of the reality of race without being accused of something like race realism. Like, I can't even notice.
There's no way to do that. I know. It's just the whole thing's so fucking fraught.
Is probably the best term.
Okay.
I'm in a similar boat as you in that the terms, because of the way these conversations go and certain factions involved closest to your end of the table, every time a term comes
there's some goofs on your end too.
Well, yeah, but we don't pervert the terminology. You know, so like woke and DEI.
No, fair enough, but all the terminology that's created by the left was intentionally a weaponized terminology to begin with. Like DEI is to mask its true intention. You know, affirmative action, these clinically clean words are designed to mask their true intention. So they're already weapons.
Like DEI is just N-word now. That's just the way.
Oh my God. Some of your takes are JJ McCullough level bad. Okay. Saying, although you would agree with it, you did when JJ said Dave Chappelle is right wing. And I'm like, please stop. Please. You would agree though, wouldn't you? That Dave Chappelle's right wing.
I don't think that Dave Chappelle is transphobe. And
Dave Chappelle just did like a whole appearance with Dr. Umar somewhere. You're definitely not right wing.
Transphobes.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Dave Chappelle Dave Chappelle is really just the transphobe. I think Dave Chappelle's probably actually.
Dave Chappelle's pretty black conscious.
He's very black conscious.
He talks about shooting.
Even him throwing the label transphobe at Dave Chappelle. One, it's a misnomer because a phobia is an irrational fear, and at best it would be a plain dislike, right? Yeah, he has trans disdain, right? But you've created a term in and of itself to weaponize a set of behaviors, right? You want to weaponize a term against a person. You need a term that you can use as a sledgehammer against a particular person or group of people. And so what happens is now, because the left wing as a culture is kind of on its heels, all the weapons that they formed against the right wing are now prospering against the left wing.
Heroin addicted white people all the time. It's hilarious.
That was a pretty funny joke. Buckshot, 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 buckshot.
Yep.
That's great. He's an all-time great. I wish he would like get back to his roots. But we're getting off topic.
That's fair. Yeah. The point of,
but you were trying to. We were bringing up the fact that the terminology is always being perverted. You were trying to get to the fact that you're more sympathetic to race consciousness, or
the idea of treating everyone like an individual. I do still think it's an aspirational goal, and like one that we still should be striving towards. Like in this conversation, I'm not treating you as an avatar of black people. Like I've seen your videos. I have some at least limited understanding.
And something interesting I pointed out the first time around, the very concept of liberalism is a white European invention, meaning that the other people, the majority of the world, simply does not rationalize things the way that a lot of these white liberals do. It's completely alien to these people.
Understanding of who you are as a person and all that. Mm-hmm. And I'm leaning much more into that than just some stereotype of a black person. And I would think you wouldn't be talking to me if it wasn't the other way.
I don't, as I said before, I don't talk to white people that I don't have some insight into, like, more than once. You know what I'm saying?
So practically, yes, colorblindness is something that is a tool that we need to keep in our toolbox, and move forward with. But it just is the case where, it's the classic psychological rule is the more that you attack in a part of your identity, the more inclination you have to resonate with that identity. So the example I always give is like gay people. It's like gay people are told from birth, oh, if you're gay, you're a satanic degenerate, blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay.
I don't even want to get into the links between the occult and the alternative lifestyles, but yeah, there's definitely a link there. But that's not even the point. I don't even know if what he's saying is true, though. That whole psychological pattern, I don't even believe that.
Okay. Well, then when they get older, they're like, well, fuck it. We're going to get called satanic and degenerate all the time. So we'll lean into the aesthetic, like the Lil Nas and Sam Smith and all that. It's like, well, why are they doing this deeply anti-Christian shit? It's like, because it's a giant fuck you.
It's also really cool looking. Sam Smith and what's it called?
FD Signifier thinks Sam Smith is cool looking. I don't want to play any Sam Smith for you guys because it's all just like gay homoerotica. But FD Signifier thinks it looks cool.
That nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay, nigga gay.
I don't know. Sam Smith. Yeah, I think Sam Smith has like a lot of cool visuals, right? I feel like
beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I don't know.
But
my point is,
that may be my degenerate nature as well.
Even the white dude was like, listen, I am not following you off this cliff, Negro. Anyway, speaking of FD's degeneracy,
eye of the beholder, I don't know.
But my point is that may be my degenerate nature as well, as a not at all queer person, but who's always had appreciation for queer imagery. Got a whole Beyonce.
What does that even mean, FD? What does that even mean? An appreciation for queer imagery? Do you just like look at artful pictures of dicks, bro? Like, Is it like that? The end of Superbad? Do you guys remember the last shot of Superbad? Oh my god! I can just imagine when you walk into FD's house, there's just artwork all over the wall, and he's talking about all the fabulous art he's acquired over the years, and he's been talking it up all the way over there the whole time. And you're wondering about all the art he's collected, and you get there, and it's literally just pictures and statues of dicks, bro. That's all it is. Like, in the movie Superbad, right? What was that kid name? Anyway, because Noah something. Anyway, we know we'll learn his name later. But the kid is Superbad. This is like his breakout movie when he's really young too. He was explaining how he had this problem when he was a kid. His parents took him to go like to therapy and all that, where he just kept drawing pictures of dicks, bro. Not like just a regular, picture. It would be like action figures, like it would make, like it was the weirdest thing. And then at the end of Jonah Hill, thank you. At the end of the movie, they started to show his notebook and the pictures he would draw. And for some reason, that FD Signifier made me think of that moment. It's like, so you just appreciate queer imagery is what he says, huh? That's a hard thing for me to understand.
Yeah, but my point is
that may be my degenerate nature as well, as a not at all queer person, but who's always had appreciation for queer imagery. Got a whole Beyonce video dropping probably by the end of this conversation.
Nice. But the point is, the more a certain part of your identity is attacked, the greater inclination you have to sympathize with it. Mm-hmm. And if I'm like, especially if you're a minority, in a majority country. So for Black people, there's a very practical element of it's just the nature of the demographics that there are less Black people. So almost all the time, if you go into a room that's like a random distribution, you're going to be in the minority. And then not even just the identity is being attacked element, but like, if I'm in Dallas and I go into a bar and I see one other Bears fan, and this has happened, immediately we have a connection that, no one else in the room has, just by virtue of being a minority. But the attack on the identity is a big thing. And for me, FD, there's a lot of anti-white racism nowadays.
We're now in the heart of the conversation. P.F. Jung has said plainly there is a lot of anti-white racism nowadays. And FD Signifier literally LOL'd.
Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. Give a nigga a break. How much more can I take? Give a nigga a break.
And I got to be honest, I was talking to a friend who, I don't know if she was in Ohio or had a friend in Ohio or something like that. But basically someone, I think they were from India or something, said something to the effect of, there's too many white people in Ohio. And I'm like, all right, look, nobody loves colorblindness more than I do. Nobody loves Coleman Hughes. Nobody loves, but I felt in me, like, you're saying there's too many white people in Ohio. How about you shut the fuck up? Okay.
Did you?
No, that's how I felt. That's how I felt.
But did you though?
Yeah. I felt like now, just because I'm angry, I'm like, well, I should go to India and then go, there's too many Indian people in Mumbai. It's like, of all the places where there should be a lot of white people, it's Ohio.
Yeah, there's definitely too many white people in Ohio. I think that's why Snowman said he had to leave.
Maybe Ohio.
Okay. And so, and then
you're not in like Cincinnati or.
Yeah. And then that's just one, that was like the straw that broke the camel's back of just that, plus all of the bullshit DEI stuff. Mm-hmm. Be less white. Whiteness is the devil. Whiteness is evil. All that shit. It's like that shit piles on.
Does it?
That is such a feminine face, and that whole posture FD Signifier just took. Does it? And why does FD have that, like, I don't really usually do this kind of face? Like, what is up with this whole? You know, honestly, let me point something out here. This is a particular type of psychopathy, I think, at play here. And maybe even psychopathy is the wrong word, but it's there has been a sort of maliciousness that the left has been revealing about itself over the last couple of years. Like, it was on complete full bacchanalian display during the George Floyd era. And when you start to really think about the nature of the left and how they really operate and approach issues, especially racial issues, there is a seething bitterness when it comes to white people, broadly speaking. And so when FD Signifier, he asks that question and he makes that face, it's almost akin to a person who would stab you and then question your pain. Like, this doesn't hurt. Stop complaining. This can't possibly hurt. Maybe psychopathy is the right word.
You know, all that shit. It's like that shit piles on.
Does it?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it does. On my psyche, I see it and I just go, dude, it's so tiring. Constantly.
So no. This is well. I'm sorry. I'm cutting you off, but it's
no. But my broader point is, you may not like the reasons for it, but that is part of why I'm sympathetic. I'm more sympathetic to, like, damn, you know, if all of the people who are in the most neglected neighborhoods are all black, you could say, well, it's just poor. It's just poor is the problem, which again, on paper and in practice, I believe is true. Like, black people are disproportionately poor. So programs that are dedicated just to poor people will disproportionately benefit black people.
You know, the thing is, I think even though P.F. Jung, this is maybe a personal journey thing for him, he is a terrible spokesperson for this argument. But again, he's all he got, right? But because he's like a liberal, a centrist, you know, a radical centrist, as he claims, he's already starting from a left-wing paradigm. And it's difficult to argue defense of white people from a left-wing position.
But you can't strip the element of, like, there are people in the inner city in Chicago who have been impoverished since, you know, forever. And to just
Chicago started, well, you know, I can tell you the history as to when forever actually starts.
Sure. Well, there's many different aspects to it. But my broader point is, what do you think of, because this is definitely an emerging trend. I think the Shiloh Hendricks situation, which I know you haven't looked into much, but that was the white lady who called the black child the N-word. I did a video on it. I basically pointed out this is a very malformed and, you know, disease-ridden psychological reaction to a real phenomenon, which is, like, you know, this is at a certain point.
But why is it malformed and disease-ridden off the bat? Like, it comes into the world malformed and disease-ridden. And because he is starting from a left-wing position, and we kind of worked through this logic weeks ago, the liberal world religion, you know, Uncle H from Germany is, you know, the devil, the white devil, and Martin Luther King is Black Jesus for white people. And so he's kind of immersed in that religion. So, of course, white people starting to think that this whole thing is stupid. It's automatically ugly and malformed in his view. But maybe the truth is sometimes ugly.
Is white? Have you?
I have heard of black. I was gonna ask your opinion on this. Like fatigue.
Again, because like I said before we got on, I've avoided online race discourse because, you know, I'm gonna get it back in there eventually.
It's particularly right? It's a very healthy, normal.
It's not healthy at all. This is mostly just going in circles. Because, you know, because I don't think we're willing to name the thing. And so that's kind of why I want to drill down. Like, my curiosity lies in what does anti-white racism or anti-whiteness feel like from your standpoint?
That is a great question, FD. And because FD Signifier, he lives in his, his bubble. He gets to pretend that only the things he thinks about are real. Let's help fill out the picture for FD Signifier. Can I get a like from at least one of you guys? I need one of you guys in the chat to like the video. I don't want to pick out who. You can work it out amongst yourselves. You can draw straws, but one of you guys like the video.
Or disagree with the following statement. It is okay to be white.
No, that's not okay. It's terrible to be white.
Okay. What do you think?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No. Y'all got too much. Yeah, y'all got too much. Want to be white? That's awful. No.
Okay, so why is that? Why is it not okay to be white?
Y'all have the race as a people. Y'all have done too much. I would rather people. Yeah, as a whole.
And it's a group of people.
Too much good or too much bad?
Too much bad.
It's a group of people that's okay. Like some people fall in the line, like, we okay and we all.
Following what line? Who's to say what the line is for white people? You, my lady? What does that even mean?
It's a group of people.
Too much good or too much bad?
Too much bad.
It's a group of people that's okay. Like some people fall in the line, like, we okay and we all together. But the majority is not.
Is like bottom of the barrel, really.
Really?
Yeah.
What should white people do about that?
There's not much y'all can do, but just gotta deal with it.
What should I do about that, do you think?
Try not to be white.
You're right.
That's all you could do at this point.
Try not to be white. Hey guys, I figured it out. Rural white voter. Try to be less white. I have no further advice on that. You're on your own. I don't know how to help you beyond that, but that's the advice you've been given. Try to be less white.
Try to be at least white as possible.
Minded, listen more.
Is it okay to be Asian?
Nah, you don't want to be them either. Nah.
How about black?
Definitely that. That's it. It's all you could be. It's the coolest thing to be. I mean, you really, after that, you talking bottom of the barrel, really.
Had me feeling like black was the thing to be.
Asian, that's probably worse than being white, ain't it?
A lot of people that we would speak to today would call what you're saying racist.
Yeah, I am racist.
Are you serious?
100%.
Oddly enough, I respect it. She's being logically consistent. She don't really like nobody like that. She likes herself and everybody else is, whatever.
So you just don't like white people as a whole?
No, I don't. I grew up in the South. I live in North Carolina, and it's just like the worst thing to be, really.
Isn't it? Should we be judging people based on the content of their character and not the color of their skin?
No, the color of skin is very important.
It is important.
Yeah.
Wow. I bet she votes Democrat. I just know she's a Kamala voter. She might not have voted for Kamala though. She might have sat this one out. She probably was one of those Kamala not black type of chicks though. She's a different one. She's an odd one here.
The reason why I'm talking to you about this, you guys, really quick. By the way, do you agree with her?
Yes, she does. I have a black son. I don't want my son to come home with no white woman at all.
Oh man, I didn't even know we were gonna go there. I didn't even realize we were gonna go there.
I want what you white hoes get, and I want it today, ASAP, not tomorrow.
No better.
Do you tell him that?
Yes.
How old's your son?
21.
And he's not allowed to date?
He could date who he wants, but they can't come to my house, and I'm not gonna have no parts of it. I don't want no mixed babies. I want a black baby, grandchild. That's what I want.
Yeah.
But other people could do whatever they want to do.
Really quick, do you mind?
I wonder if FD Signifier has seen this video.
One more question. The reason why I'm asking this question is because there's a recent poll that was released, and it asked that question. Do you agree or disagree with that statement? It is okay to be white? Only 53% of Black Americans said yes to that poll. Does that
At least there was a slight majority.
surprise you or no?
No. Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I really don't even want to argue with her, because if I say black people can't be racist, then I got to say white people can't be racist, and I'm not willing to disarm everybody like that. I feel like the person who wants to disarm you is automatically not your friend.
Black Americans said yes to that poll. Does that surprise you or no?
No. Black people are really racist.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You seem to disagree with her.
I feel like it's not okay to be racist.
It is okay to be racist.
But
Look how she looking at her friend like, girl, stop being stupid in front of this white man. Listen, a black woman told me it was okay to be racist, all right? And I don't know about you niggas in the chat, but I absolutely, positively, definitely, twice on Sundays, listen to black women, all right? If she says it's okay to be racist, goddamn, it's okay to be racist.
But if man had to find out that his God was a woman,
I say the black woman is God, and
black woman is God.
I say the black woman is God.
The black woman is God because, you know, she was the first organism on this planet.
white people have made it where it's so easy to be racist. White people has put that foundation down, and it's just normal.
Well, she said she's scared of him. I feel like FD Signifier never watches videos like that. He doesn't know of this world.
Like,
feel like?
Yeah, what does it feel like? What are you afraid of? What is the pain point? Right? And let me say this, and I'm not doing this for the Impression Olympics. Because like there's
I love the Impression
I
Olympics.
refuse to do
I'm playing it now
on your channel right now. Right. But if like, so a perfect example, my son is plays soccer for a local inner city soccer team, right? And inner city in Atlanta means predominantly white. Now, like believe it or not. So
the white inner city in Atlanta is predominantly white. You really, do people in the chat believe that the white inner city of Atlanta is predominantly white? That's a whole hell of a lot of cap. Now, I believe that his school that his son goes to is mostly white because FD Signifier has the money to do that, even in Atlanta. It's not like his kid is going to a public school in Atlanta, you know what I mean?
So he is his soccer team in general is maybe 5 to 10% black kids, which means he'll be one of 2 to 3 black kids on his team if he's lucky. The other day, a white kid during tryouts did finger guns at him and said, pew, 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 I'm blacker than you. And my son, because he's my son, said, don't talk to me like that. You don't know me or else. And this thankfully didn't cause
based response,
right? And the reason why he had that response is
I hate when these two guys say the word based. They take all the base out of based.
I taught him very early on that he's going to encounter that type of like activity whenever he enters into a white space, which, as you pointed out earlier, is going to be a lot of his life. A lot of his life, he's going to be entering into white spaces and encountering white people who I don't think this boy, like this is kind of we talk about like racism. I've said in other videos that it's not about racism being evil. It's about it being like functional. So like, I don't think this little boy was trying to be mean. I don't think he was trying to be racist as it's often discussed. I think he just does not know how to talk to black people because where would he learn that?
Here's another thing though. As much as black people, like as represented by FD Signifier here, as much as black people are on this sort of religious quest to get white people to, like, I don't know, behave better, whatever that might mean, there is no commandment on the black side to behave better as well. It's assumed that you're already an angel, you're an innocent, everything you've done was either, you know, a struggling black man trying to make it, or was the white man set you up, something like that. And it's like this one-sided thing. It's a very arrogant position if you think about it. It's a one-sided thing. It's like, I command you to be a better person. Who, me? No, I'm good the way I am. God told me I can show up as I am, right? And it just creates this really like smug approach to the whole argument. Because like you're teaching your kid to be hypersensitive about his race, but you don't expect other people, namely white people, to be hypersensitive about their race, right? It's a very weird thing when you start to pull back and look at the big picture of it all.
Under the circumstances, he does not know what will come off offensive because wherever he learned that, right? So, but that encounter is an existential threat to my son if I don't, one, address him and let him know.
A little boy in his soccer group going pew 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 with his fingers is an existential threat.
How to engage with that, and two, depending on how it goes with this team, address a coach or an organizer and say, hey, there are boys on this team that are microaggressing against my son, making it a hostile environment for him, right? And so, like, some of these terms, hostile environment.
By the way, you want to the word microaggression is a microaggression towards me because it triggers me.
I do hate the term, but you know what I'm talking about. Again,
vaguely, yes, I get your
There's a lot of reasons why the terms get cooked. I'm not an identity politics guy. I understand the value of identity politics, but I know the identity politics are very much cooked. So we, for not quite aligned reasons, I think agree on this, which is one of the reasons why it's good to talk about it. But I'm asking this because the point I'm trying to get at is other forms of racism carry very explicit, like material and existential threats to racial minorities in America. Not to say that you shouldn't feel a way when someone makes an anti-white joke or an anti-white comment in your presence, but I do want to dig into, like, what is the emotional and psychological response? What is that rooted in for not just you, but for what clearly is, at least online, a growing population of white people who do not think they're racist?
It's mostly white men online, and it is arguable whether or not they are racist, in fact, because this guy P.F. Jung, you know, radical centrist, he's probably been a left-wing guy most of his time, most of his adult life, and he's just reacting to a hostile environment. And I don't know if that makes any of them alone racist.
For this black fatigue thing. So, you know.
I mean, it's just, I don't know. If someone says there's too many white people in Ohio, it's like, what do you mean too many? Like, that's like, it's a bad thing.
So were they serious?
Like, being white is a bad thing. No, yeah. I mean, again, and to be clear, I'm hearing this secondhand.
Got you.
But yes, he said, or she said that whoever the guy said it was, like, unironically, there's too many white people in Ohio.
So
which I'm using that one example, but stuff like that.
No, stuff like that.
You see that online all the time.
There are no consequences for making jokes about white people. There are no consequences.
Sure. Yeah. And I'm not even
except for on Twitch if I say cracker. Right.
Yeah. Like, I want to do a white racial slur tier list. Racial slur tier list, by the way.
I think that would be funny. I will not be a part of it, but
that's fine.
Watch it in comment.
I'm going to clip that, you saying that at the beginning of the video. I will not be part of it. Anyway.
But why do you think that what do you think drove, here's where I'm getting at. What do you think drove that Indian woman to say that under the circumstances? Like, what was behind that?
That white people are generally bad, and therefore it'd be better if there was less of them. It's the same thing that causes white people to say black fatigue. It's white fatigue. White people, they're oppressive. They're.
I actually don't know if these two things are coming from the same place, though. Like, largely speaking, okay, there are white people who have a problem with black people and black people who have a problem with white people, but not for similar reasons at all. Like, to call it both fatigue isn't really doing it justice.
They're ignorant, they're dumb, all this different, stuff. It'd be better if there were less of them. You're laughing at my trauma. You're laughing at my racial trauma.
Oh, so I think that's
he actually is laughing at the very idea of your racial trauma, by the way.
Charitable, but maybe not inaccurate. I think a more accurate, a charitable way to frame that is this is a racial minority in a highly polarized minority space for her that is like reasonably fearful or reasonably tired of how that racial minority status affects her day-to-day life. And thus, maybe in a moment of carelessness or
notice how far he's willing to go, how much mental energy he's willing to expend to explain away this random brown woman's racial outburst.
Callousness made a comment reflecting that status.
Okay, hold on. So that is a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
I would point out what you're doing is you are default making the best case scenario for that, which is fair. It could be true. I don't know this person.
Right.
Would you acknowledge that it is just as likely that maybe she's rich, is completely, in all practical senses, certainly has a much higher status, all things considered, than like your average poor Ohio white person. Probably. Who's, and she just doesn't like white people. Like, you acknowledge that there's a large number of people like that, minorities, non-whites, who have that attitude. So, and it's not rooted in any it's because they're justifiably have white fatigue.
So let's take justifiably out.
Okay.
I feel like that's loaded, right? And I don't know if I want to get into a justifiable bigotry conversation at all ever.
Sure. But because then we'd have to talk about Italians, and don't get me started on that.
I thought no, you're Irish.
I'm a mutt. I'm Irish. I'm not Italian. I'm Irish.
Yeah, you have a really good joke about Italians.
Yeah, that's right.
In the documentary you're talking about.
Correct.
But so yes, I can admit that and recognize that there is.
The interesting thing about him joking about only white people consider themselves mutts in that regard. And I saw a comment on Twitter asking about is there such a thing as pan-Europeanism? And someone answered him saying America is pan-European technically by definition, and it's kind of true. It does actually work that way.
Is a realm where bigotry. So like any halfway decent race identity politics scholar will often use the somewhat toothless cop-out that anybody can be bigoted, right?
Which is true.
Which is true. Well, it's the reason why that often gets that statement is often taken poorly is because it's used to.
That's an interesting observation, Bunker TV. He says, why am I forced to like white people? You're not funny without a script, right? And I'm assuming you're saying FD's not funny. I know I'm funny. But no, I think it's just a sign of how heavily edited and manicured his entire platform is, right? Like the vast majority of what I do up here, the vast majority of all of my intellectual content has been given to you raw, off the top of the dome, live reaction. This is me, what I think, how I can express it in the moment. Whereas with an FD Signifier, he takes God knows how much time to make a video. And then I know from making my own videos that there are little sections that take God awful amounts of time because, you keep doing it over. You had an idea that maybe you wanted to get out, and then when you tried to put it out, it just didn't fit right. So you scrap the whole thing and start over. Like it takes a lot of time. And then when that kind of person who does that heavily manicured type of content, they get in front of people who all they do is think for a living and speak freely and quickly, they kind of are at a disadvantage because it is like freestyling versus, you know, doing sheet music. You know what I mean? That's literally like the jazz versus classical music type of argument that I forget. There was a whole book I was reading. Some black guy was into that kind of conversation. But anyway, it does kind of alter what you expect from that person once you actually do hear them live. Like, for example, when FD Signifier does show up and have these conversations with the manosphere types, like, you know, myself and Bernard Riley, with Mr. Z, I think he was over on Green Gorillas before and held court over there for a while. And all of these experiences, all of these appearances actually kind of didn't do well for FD, didn't help his brand. And so I think maybe he even realized it's better to just sit back in the pocket and put out stylish, manicured content because he can't really do it raw. And some people just like it raw, you know? Ooh, baby, I like it raw.
Deny the concept of anti-white racism because racism is inherently structural, whereas bigotry is insert a number of things that people feel and believe about people who are different.
Sure. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So, like, if you're asking me if she can be bigoted and that was rooted in bigotry, yes. And I don't approve of bigotry. You've never heard me make like really lazy cracker jokes in my videos.
I'd laugh if you did, for the record.
They're funny. They are funny, right? Racism, that was the joke. I think I made that joke in the video, is that to be white is...
you know, the fact that PF, and I think white people in general are just way less sensitive about the very notion of race. Like, you know, all through the 90s, black comedians were just doing white people jokes and stuff. I think the very first couple of jokes I ever learned in my life were, you know, there was a white man, black man, Chinese man. And they were all going through, how did it go? There was a white man, black man, Chinese man, and they were all going through the desert. And the Chinese man said, I'm going to bring food in case we get hungry. And the black man said, I'm going to bring water in case we get thirsty. And the white man said, I'm going to bring a car door so we can roll the window down. The white man said, I'm going to bring a car door so we can roll the window down in case it gets hot, right? Very first joke I ever learned as a kid. And so the fact that this kind of thing has been in the air since I was a kid, white folk just don't really flinch at that sort of thing the way black folk would immediately get hostile when most white people would, you know, make some observational topical humor about black people. And I think it gives a little bit more credence to the argument he's trying to make. Like, no, you can joke about us all you want, but I'm telling you, there's something hostile happening here.
To be white means that racism is always funny, and that's kind of the thing that I'm. All
right, well, to counter your definition though, it's I'm articulating my perspective here. I'm semi trying to like also articulate the people who do go down more the like, no, well, you know, whites got to stick together now. It's like that is forever a stupid position. Mm-hmm. But I believe in the way that you dismantle the calls for white unity is to, this has always been my point, rob them of their valid talking points, right? Like this, and this is why it's partly why I lean into like, of course, anti-white racism is real. And I don't qualify it. And if someone didn't know who I was, they'd be like, oh, is this guy like a white, is he a white supremacist or whatnot? And it's like, no, I'm unabashedly taking the true things that I've seen in my own life, I see everywhere, and robbing it from them. So then I can, in the same breath, just as confidently be like, yeah, and the calls for like white European solidarity, guys. It's like, have you seen the history of Europe? We killed the fuck out of each other. This isn't like the people who say coexistence is impossible or whatever, or like black fatigue. It's like the amount of the real quick, just on this example, the one that shows up always on Twitter is it's fights at the airport. It's like there's a fight at the airport. Look who it is. It's black people. It's like this is my go-to example all the time. It's like I am a Southwest A-list preferred member. Okay, I've gone through the airport dozens and dozens of times, thousands upon thousands of people, thousands of them being black. Not once ever in any circumstance have I seen anything like that. And if I were to base my views off Twitter,
but almost I would say about every week, every 2 weeks max, there is a new airport fight video. And fight is too specific. There is an airport disturbance of some type. It's either an all-out brawl, somebody's cursing out an agent. Hell, a couple weeks ago, a couple of ticket agents were cursing out a white customer. 2 black women cursing out a white customer. I mean, I think it's because the airport is a place that attracts the most people who would have like random interactions. Like the kinds of people who would never otherwise bump into each other in their normal lives, they might actually bump into each other at an airport. And so it's a great place for all kinds of interactions there. And then to add to the whole black reputation angle of it, why is it not just Spirit Airlines, but now Carnival Cruises, right? Corporate entities that have somehow become associated with a black consumer base are also associated with random acts of black violence.
Like, oh, you can't go to the airport in Dallas or whatever, right? It's like
a dangerous place.
Yeah, exactly. It's like not even once have I encountered that. And it's just like, and so all these nut jobs, existences or coexistence is impossible. It's like, it's insane. But in order to properly address them and properly rob them of whatever sentiment is pushing people towards their perspective, is to be like, yes, of course, the people who say, yeah, there's too many white people in Ohio, like that's fucking ridiculous. And right. It's just so, and it's a feelings thing, you know, it's a vibes thing. And like to be told there's too many of,
you know, and Snowman, I already called that out earlier. PF Jung, he starts out from a liberal position, so he really can't argue the point well enough. But the real problem for the real problem of what I'm seeing here is that even within the context of a white liberal worldview, you're realizing something's got to give. Either you have to become more racially conscious because all of your other co-liberals, your non-white co-liberals, they low-key hate you and they can't wait for you to go. Or you become less liberal. And, you know, every one of us has to walk our own path.
People that look like me in Ohio. Mm-hmm. Not that it would be better, like, you know, anywhere else, but it's just like
it's not, you know, New York City.
Yeah, but I mean, even that's my point. Even then, it would be bad. But like Ohio, it's even worse.
Comedic. So
yeah.
So like in many ways, I think your overall framework and logic is reasonable. The thing I think we fight on, the thing that I think people who would judge me for my appearance here would question is the internal mechanism of why anti-right racism is a salient point within those spaces, right? And the challenge becomes, and I don't have a really good, I don't have like, I'm developing my analysis on this beyond just simple, you know, the obvious, beyond simple. I'm trying to develop an analysis
beyond the simple critical race theory.
Beyond critical race theory analysis, right?
You don't even know how to approach this whole issue. And that's what's fascinating about this whole thing. You know, you're such a smart guy and you really don't know what to think. You don't even know how to think about it.
Right. Critical race theory now is, and this is not to undermine the framework of how that is understood. Yeah. But I also know that just doesn't have any legs in actually engaging with white people, right?
Okay, so I'm going to put a pin in that. Well, continue your point.
So
I do want to put a pin in that, though.
Because my question would be like to this person in this experience is what about their white? So like, could we create a standard where racial minorities in America were held to account for anti-white jokes and anti-white sentiment?
But even that, it's not about holding anyone to account.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about this person; they're irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I would like that sentiment to not be normalized. Now, you could say the only way to do that is by holding people who do it to account, and I don't necessarily think that. I think it's like you can.
But that very sentiment is at the heart of Western liberalism, though. That's been the entire mission of liberalism since the end of World War II.
You can destroy memes. Memes can be destroyed simply by reducing the social value around it. And it's not necessarily through stigmatization, but it's like pronoun jokes. You know, like, what are you going to identify as an attack helicopter? It's like, even though that was very prescient, I would point out 10, 15 years ago, it's like, if someone makes that joke, it's like, it's like, that's the dumbest thing. You know, it's like, it's not like, well, we need to hold people who make those jokes to account. It's just like, it's not interesting.
So I think we agree on this then. It's kind of like, how do we, so there's a reason why, and that kind of, this is where I'm trying to like develop grounded theory with you right now.
Yeah.
There's going back to the example of my son, there's a reason why I've taught my son how to respond to, you know, microaggressions or whatever term we want to use, insensitive racial jokes in his environment. And it's because though in that situation, those jokes are precursors to actual material and existential harm. And in this woman's situation, that's not the case. Now, that doesn't make it okay per se, right? It doesn't make it a...
Now, he's attempting to say that if a kid in his son's soccer group makes little finger guns and bang, bang points at his son, that is a precursor to some kind of existential threat. But an adult foreign woman saying that there are too many white people in Ohio is not a precursor to an existential threat. I think that's a bit of a hypocrisy there. And it actually kind of smacks in the face of what's really happening. Like they talk about things like white replacement and all that. And then the Democrats will have you say it's not real. Like you'll literally get a community note on your YouTube video if you try to make that a video discussion. But at the same time, you have Democrat senators and Democrat commentators on cable news who will happily point out the changing demographics of America. And by like 2050 or 60 or whatever, it'll be like majority minority is the word they like to use, right? Which is saying the thing without saying the thing. And so there's just a willingness to be dishonest, right? There's a complete willful dishonesty about this whole left-wing position here. And P.F. Jung, because he's the white guy, he's the target of it, you can't help but to notice it.
It doesn't make it an optimal way to engage in racial discourse or trying to figure out and addressing racial problems in America. But the problem I often have with even entertaining anti-white racism is the very premise puts them on the same playing field. And even like adopting that premise, I've already seeded a ton of really important like ideological and just interpersonal talking points.
Right. It literally crashes your entire liberal worldview. And this is what we started out this whole line of live streams about, this whole line of discussion, race and liberalism. I called this like 2 weeks ago. Race and liberalism are experiencing a fatal clash at this moment. And they both can't survive in their current form.
And even like adopting that premise, I've already seeded a ton of really important like ideological and just interpersonal talking points, let alone realities. Sure. And so not that like that's in and of itself is a problem. I kind of lost where I was going with the follow-up there.
Well, let me help you out here, FD, right? If your position is that systemic racism is the thing that you need to fight, explain the fact that the majority of our government has been bent toward removing white people from positions of leadership. And not by government, let me just say, not just by law, but by social and labor policy, right? We have all these different diversity initiatives and, you know, the whole HR issue. You have to go on all these different meetings and learn how to be a better employee and all that. All of that is literally aimed at white people for the benefit of non-white people, right? And so how do you square those two circles, right? How do you say that on the one hand, it's systemic racism against you, but in practice, the very system goes out of its way, literally bends over backwards and spreads its cheeks to help you out?
Well, because this is exactly, so this is my question is like, because you and I are having this conversation, which is not, like you said, not necessarily not the norm. I'm certainly the furthest right person you've talked to, which is hilarious, by the way, because you should meet some.
I talked to Sitch and Adam.
Yeah,
and understand, like I remember, I think I told this story. I used to be like the type of guy to like argue with white supremacists online all the time, like once upon a time. So like this is familiar territory.
That's fair. Well, white supremacists are not the best that the whites have to offer. Okay, the whites have plenty great to offer. All right,
no.
Bo Burnham, J-Reg, but that's sad that those were my first two. Not J-Reg. J-Reg, that was good. But wait, hold on. But my point is,
I should introduce you to some of the fine white supremacists of your, you know, the Lincoln Rockwell sorts, you know, classical distilled white supremacy.
What is your goal with, I mean, this is just a broad question. Like, what is the goal with what for you, because you're a very significant influencer, when it comes to discussing these issues? Because like you said, you don't want to, if you're going to compare anti-white racism to anti-black racism, let's say, if you even use the same labels, you're putting them on the same playing field, which has its costs. Whether I disagree with them or not, like the.
And American Man, you make a great point. You say he's never argued with a real white supremacist before, and that really is what makes Mr. Jung here a poor candidate for this whole subject matter, because if you were actually arguing with somebody who was, let's say, invested in the issue, right, they would approach this subject matter with a lot more of a vigorous argument, and it would bring up practical things like this. Let me show you something.
Ahead of tomorrow's midterm elections, a simple 5-word flyer is the source of controversy on college campuses across the country, with students for and against taking firm stances on its meaning. That 5-word message: it's okay to be white.
It's so racist. I think it's okay to be any color. It doesn't really bother me.
I think right now, like, it's a lot of us versus them. We're definitely not a unified country right now.
Originally started as an online campaign by users of the forum site 4chan, the posters were created as a proof of concept to show just how divisive and an otherwise harmless message can be. And with many universities acting to remove and punish those spreading the message, this campaign looks to have proven itself true.
These have been put up a lot on college campuses, and it has often come from campuses that are actively advocating for racial justice and inclusion of people from different racial backgrounds. It has been linked to neo-Nazi and also KKK groups as well. Even though something might be...
The very idea that simply stating it's okay to be white gets you automatically linked to some kind of KKK, neo-Nazi, far-right thing is literally the problem. And it's completely a problem within the world of the left wing.
Costs are there. The question, though, is looking at it from a more consequentialist perspective of like, I just what is the practical reality of us discussing it? It's like, do you want white people to become more white conscious or not? Like, would it be good if white people were more like, no, actually, like, white is right and all that shit?
You know, Jake is a very white name, and Jake in the chat, this is an odd comment to make. He says, liberalism is political whiteness. If you're a real conservative, you have to be anti-white. Jake, I completely do not understand any of the words you're saying here. Whiteness is the enemy of all forms of tradition. Oh, really? Ladies and gentlemen, we got a live one. All the progressive garbage comes out of the West. Well, that's true.
Because I would argue that's not great.
Right.
And part of whether, how do I say this? Whether within the framework that you are operating in, your analysis of anti-white racism not being as real as anti-black racism is logically coherent, correct in different ways. From a pure, like, practical, the way that you
yeah, we will be having a panel.
Discuss it, the way that, for example, a white person is going to interact with a far less tolerant white person than me, who's far more sensitive.
Yes.
Because you obviously have to know. There's plenty of people who come across you and just say, "Oh, this guy's a racist. This guy's a racist."
Section. Every time I venture into the moderately right wing,
yeah, they're like, "FD's a fucking racist" or whatever.
Yeah, FD hates white people.
When the same but clearly vice versa. There'll be people from your further neck of the woods who say the same about me.
Right.
But we're both enlightened centrists.
But actually, no, that's the kind of the thing. I'm not an enlightened centrist. I saw you try to sneak that in.
No.
I am
a true enlightened centrist would deny their enlightened centrism. That's FYI.
I'm inclined to the utility of enlightened centrism for the communist utopia that I one day will see in my lifetime.
Listen, communists have some good ideas. Marx has some good ideas.
Marx has some good ideas. Look at that. We're halfway there. But no, like you said something that hit something I really wanted to speak on, and I lost it for the fucking joke.
I run into that problem often. Practical. Do you want to be right? Do you want to win? There are white people who will hear you and say this guy's racist and then be turned off. Right. So when you're considering how you're,
so, and this kind of ties back to the whole conversation. People in your comment section has evolved a little bit. It's gotten better. And
to be clear, my comment section is made up of Destiny fans, Andrew Wilson, Christian nationalist fans. It's like it's
weird.
I have the weirdest. I'm going to do a video psychoanalyzing my audience because
I'm looking forward to that.
It's complicated. Yeah.
So your Christian nationalist sympathizer fans.
Yeah, which we can talk about after this, but
we'll get to that. They're going to call me racist because they're going to call me racist based off of me saying like cracker earlier, right? They're going to call me racist because I believe that whiteness is intrinsically tied to racism in America. Things like that.
I'm noticing something about FD. And again, I don't mean to do this. I can't help but to notice these kind of feminine tactics of sort of diverting the conversation back to you and the personal, like you were talking about your kid earlier and how you raised your kid. Now it's about you and how the racists are going to talk about you. And the whole point of the conversation is external to you. But somehow you can only even attempt to understand it if it's about you in some way.
That's a little bit more
based off of the most mundane things that a basic college sociology 101 class is going to teach everyone in the classroom, right? my fans will call you racist, not specifically. No, here's a better way to put it. They're going to call me racist because some of the things I say can be perceived as directly offensive to a white person if a white person had the same racial sensitivity as a non-white person had. That's usually what it's based on.
Or didn't understand the framework that, like, when you use the word whiteness or like racism and bigotry. Like, I understand in your framework you differentiate between racism and bigotry, which is partly why. Well, that's why I can have the dialogue, because I don't believe you hate white people. I don't believe you are because you wouldn't be having this conversation with me if you did.
Right.
And so in that sense, yeah, when I hear anti-whiteism is not real, I can understand that.
And so therein lies the difference, right? Like, one of the critiques I often get when I enter into, exit out of my bubble to engage with white people is that I essentialize whiteness, thus I do what racists do.
Yeah, it's like when you told Not So Erudite on the Bridges podcast, you're like, if you were any more white, I wouldn't like you. Right. It's like, that is, you understand how white people would perceive that. It's exactly like, hey, FD, if you were a little bit more, like, I can talk to you, FD, but if you're a little bit more black, I don't know if we can have this conversation. Yeah.
Right. And so, I can.
It's funny they joke about that, because sometimes, and it is sort of the a sort of internal dialogue happening in Black America. Like, listen, you can't help but to be, black, phenotypically, right? But can you like act a little less black? Because it's not always fun, right? It's a weird thing that he actually did bring that up. I don't think he even understands what he just brought up. But there's a little slight, funny, ironic reality to that. Dick Dog, thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, these people pushing love so much don't realize how it might backfire. It's similar to outgrowing a kid's show. You slowly get irritated by the smiles and dancing. It's uncanny, thus unnatural. Yeah, there is something uncanny and unnatural about liberalism. And when liberalism is clashing with race, as we're talking about right now, it all kind of reveals itself how fake and gay the whole thing really is.
Because there's no consequences, right? I can play in that.
Hit that like button, y'all. And thank you to Dick Dog, by the way. Let me take a quick pause. Shout out to Dick Dog. Can we take a moment? I need one more, you guys. I asked this earlier. I'm gonna ask it again. Can one of you guys, at least one, I need one of you people to just like the video. I want to pick who and work it out among yourselves. Do duck, duck, goose, whatever. One of you guys like the video. And then the rest of you, be like Dick Dog, man. Smash that super chat button for me.
Hulk! Smash! Smash you! You make Hulk angry. You not like Hulk angry. Hulk no like fighting girls.
Hey, Bunker, I respect your defiance. It's all right. We still good, though. We still good.
The framework, and there's really no consequences for it from my particular standpoint. But, and so the more Christian nationalists, white grievance, Black fatigue types, that's really what they're calling me racist for, is for kind of playing into the Black privilege of being edgy around race. And
24, I didn't get that from Candace, and she didn't get it from me. We both stole it from the internet.
Not losing a sponsorship, a support for it. When my audience calls you racist, though, it's not because of insert edgy Black joke, right? It's not even really because of like the Daniel Penny verdict conversation. It's because what they recognize is that your general standpoint, even if you don't have an intrinsic hatred or negative opinion toward Black people, the space in which your politics.
You know what? It's funny. Spiritual Eurasianness. That's an interesting tag you got there. Spiritual Eurasianist says, you're a liberal yourself, quote, hoodservative, smiley, laughy face. And, I've been quite vocal about my political, philosophical journey here on this channel. well, you know, especially if you had both my channels, because we're starting a new thing on this channel in particular. But I've kind of gone from quote conservatism in a lot of ways. Like if you look up my Twitter right now, it doesn't even say MAGA. It literally just says black fascist. I swear to God, it just says black fascist on my Twitter bio. I don't even go. I'm not even MAGA technically anymore. Like, well, now that he's in, because you know it's him better than Trump. I mean, better than Kamala, right? But you know, I don't want to be dropping bombs on Tehran either. So you know, I'm not necessarily MAGA. You know, those of us who've gone beyond conservatism, we were willing to see. You know, you're going to get played either way, but I'd rather get played by Trump in the short term. But the thing is, though, if you really think about the objective nature of the political ideologies, and I spoke about this last time around when we talked about like race and liberalism, fascism technically is it's politically neutral. It's neither really left nor right. Because you can't tell me during COVID that you didn't experience what was effectively a left-wing fascism, right? And so I'm arguing for a more right-wing, authoritarian, Christian morality-based system. That's really the political conclusion that I've come to so far. You know, Christian nationalism is kind of the shorthand for it. But that's kind of where I've landed over the years. I don't even really consider myself all that conservative because, you know, the conservative movement is just like 80s liberalism. And I think we might have to go back further in time. You know, I think of Rome.
Occupy end up feeding into a greater momentum for racist ideology and policy.
And Jake asks, why do you defend white people so much then? Honestly, I don't think I'm defending white people per se. I defend modern culture. I very much want to live in the best modern civilization. And to that extent, you know, I'd rather be born black in America than be like a white Ukrainian. Like, keep it a buck. I would rather be black in America than be a random white Ukrainian male right now, right? I'd rather be black in America than be the majority of, you know, Eastern European white men, right? Because there are realities to things. And so it's not necessarily me defending whiteness per se or white people. It's not out of a blind love for white people, but I like having things that work. And I like living in a country that functions at a way higher level than most other countries.
And that's like whatever Christian nationalism is, because I don't know enough about it to call myself an expert or even knowledgeable. But I know that they will give lip service. Fuentes will give lip service and say, I don't hate black people, I don't hate Jews, et cetera, et cetera. I just think only white people should have American citizenship, and yada 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 yada. And that pulls from a history of doublespeak around race under white supremacy. Which black people do as well. But we've never done it with institutional power. Thus, it's basically just, again, jokes. It's memes. It's memes.
Okay. So,
you know what I'm saying?
But this is my point about.
And we've never done it like at the level of saturation. Like Umar is a meme among black people.
I know. I love Umar.
Everybody loves Umar because he's funny. He's fucked up.
Did I stutter?
Right.
Wow, hold on. What's the line he always repeats? I always see.
He repeats all his lines.
Yeah.
But like Umar's a meme.
Yeah. Guys like FD, nobody on the mainstream, left or right, really wants to debate, you know, the Fuentes. Because, like, again, a guy like Fuentes shatters the liberal fantasy. Because what you realize when you start getting into the issues that you're not allowed to talk about on cable news, it really does shatter your liberal fantasies and your liberal delusions. And it's not that there is absolutely no model for, you know, some kind of diversity, even on a racial level. It's not, no, and I'm not even arguing that, right? Because we talk about Starship Troopers and Heinlein and all that, and how even in the Starship Troopers universe, like it's a diverse universe. The first Starship Troopers movie ended with the white guy getting flogged, like they whipped him for his failure, and then they replaced. Actually, they might have executed that guy, but they replaced him with literally a BBW, like a fat black woman. And it didn't really break the flow of anything because, you know, she was expected to, you know, kill aliens or whatever, the bugs. And so there's a way maybe to approach some of the desires of liberalism or liberals, right? But you can't get a continuously functional liberal desire with liberal policies, right? That's kind of the problem of it. You say he was demoted? Nah, I think they beat him, or they might have executed him, but I'm pretty sure they gave him corporal punishment. Because the Starship Troopers, like even the high captain or whatever, the highest military commander, like they'll get a couple of scars on their back too. Like they're just based like that.
And Donald Trump is the president. You know what I'm saying? Like Elon Musk was one of the most powerful people in our government up until a month ago.
But he's African, so
he's an apartheid South African. He's Dutch.
Sure,
it's different. You kind of get the.
I get this. Yes, I understand this. Now this is how I see things. Again, meme adoption curve. I'm looking at things of, okay, you know, things are happening right now that are in the meme phase. Christian nationalism is also a meme. Like there's the political power of people who self-identify as Christian nationalist is not non-existent, but very small right now. Okay. Now you could say that its ideas run through MAGA. It's like, sure. But my point is, looking down the line, if the argument is, well, anti-white racism is, I don't know, more understandable or not as bad as anti-black racism or whatever, if that continues to be justified and things like the fucking heroin crisis and opioid crisis continues to like kill poor white people and all that shit, you are going to create the conditions where it's like, okay, at a certain point now, there are, again, I'm wealthy white, right? I have white privilege in the sense of class privilege. There are many poor whites in this country. And like, if we had an economic crisis that like wiped out even more people at the bottom, then we're talking crazy shit. Like we're at a point where
COVID killed way more white people than anyone else.
Sure.
Well, but killed like people of color, but like not as much as it should have because of the right-wing inclination against vaccines and masking, et cetera.
Maybe I'm pretty sure the by and large the black community is not the most in favor of government-sponsored medical interventions that have not been tried out.
I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised how, again, that is the meme of Hotep and Umar.
But even again, that was a time of Black America. There was a kind of current in Black America where a lot of Black folk were like suspicious of the whole thing. And again, what else can you call it but a type of left-wing fascism?
Versus
okay, but even that.
But go ahead.
I promise you, FD is current on all of his vaccine schedules. He probably got the new one that ain't even come out yet.
Even that, it's like robbing the Umars that they're talking about. It's like the Tuskegee experiments were real.
Real.
You know, and it's like there's crazy shit. But it's just like
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I am worried. I genuinely believe the white identitarianism is growing. And you say, well, the problem with, or the reason that I don't take anti-white racism to be on the same level as anti-black racism is because right now it's just a meme. It has institutional power. It's like, but the memes precede institutional power. And, you know, it's just like,
well, let's put it this way. If right now you have random brown people saying that there are too many white people in Ohio, how long before we get to the point in the timeline where it's like South Africa and you have large stadiums with, 50, 70,000 people screaming, kill the Boer, chanting along with a major national political figure? This is the kind of problem that he's working on, right? And then low key, this is the very lesson that liberalism taught us about, you know, Germany or Rwanda or whatever like that. You know, it starts out with these things, and the next thing you know, it goes to machetes.
If it got to the, and first off, this is because to show you how bad of a white identitarian I am. Like, I would dispute that there is no institutional power. It's like all the DEI programs and the corporations that brag about paying non-whites more than whites in order to boost their numbers. That's the definition of systemic racism.
It's also bullshit.
It's not bullshit. It's
very real though. The very system that you say hate black people is that it's doing the most it can for black people. It's the best thing that ever happened to black people, technically.
It's not bullshit. Microsoft bragged about this in their quarterly reports. I was part of a corporation.
That's not DEI though. You see what I'm saying?
That is okay. So okay, maybe not by your definition, but that is what they call DEI: diversity, equity, inclusion. Quotas are illegal, FD, but goals are not. You can say, I want a goal of hiring 50% non-white, which is, and you can pay people more to do that. I was part of companies. I will not say the name because I was offered to be involved in some lawsuits. So I'm like, I got bigger fish to fry. It's like, that's systemic racism against white people. It just is by definition.
So in the tech space, let me get this. Let me make sure I understand this. You're saying, and this is my first time.
Not just in the tech space. This is like corporate America.
You're telling me there are corporate American institutions, businesses that paid their black
I guess that says anti-white trad. Got a lot of great names popping up in the chat all of a sudden today. He asked, why is it a problem for South Africans to want the settlers removed? I mean, I would argue that it's not necessarily a problem if, you know, since you're the government now, if you want to do that, you can do what you want, technically, theoretically. The problem, though, is the shady dishonesty, the realization of what's really going to happen. Decolonization was never a peaceful thing. And so it's not as if you're simply going to buy out all of these people and they'll just move away, right? There's going to be a lot of dirty machetes involved. And you see that playing out with things like the farm murders and whatnot. You know, Donald Trump, when Ramaphosa came to the White House, he put Ramaphosa on blast for that exact reason. Like, so you're just going to kill him? Like, that's your plan? Really?
Or they're
non-white.
They're non-white men, or they're non-white?
Certainly they're non.
Well, there's the rub. See, now Trad says nothing shady or dishonesty. True decolonization is a violent process, and that's okay. Well, most people don't really understand it that way. You're being very blunt and brutally honest about the whole deal right now. But most people don't know. Like, I've showed my audience a glimpse of what it looked like, right? Most people have no idea. And if most people understood what was really in for, they would behave very differently. But again, liberalism, it has to lie to you. Liberalism has to convince you of false realities. It has to lull you into a state of unawareness, of blissful unawareness, right? You think it's all fine as the world burns down around you. That is the the overall method of liberalism.
On whites, I don't know if, for example, in the case of Microsoft, they differentiated it by male, and they probably did, but they said they pay non-whites 7% more than their white employees if you average their salary out, and then bragged about that as if that's a good thing.
So, So I'd have to investigate.
That's fine. I've been known to spread misinformation, so don't take what I have to say.
So I would
necessarily, but I am correct.
We have to agree that those are probably extremely rare, considering the grand scope of corporate America. You think that the non-white employees, on average, are getting paid than their white counterparts?
Okay.
Because we haven't even got one thing you haven't said is for the same job, which I really want to know the details on. But go ahead.
It is this is indisputable.
This is indisputable.
Now, this is indisputable given what I've seen. Now, again, take it for what it's with a grain of salt.
This is the type of stuff that we need.
But it is indisputable that if you are entering the job market now, and corporate America doesn't mean like rich people. Like there are many middle class jobs in corporate America. Like I believe 60% of jobs are from corporations, not small businesses. So like most jobs, okay. If you are entering the job market, it is absolutely the case that assuming two people with same educational background, same,
not even just the job market, but just getting into university. We've seen plenty of videos and news stories of white men with spectacular records, 4.0s or whatever, and they can't get into college.
Same abilities, you know, it is overwhelmingly to your advantage to be a minority of any kind, to be a woman, to be gay, to be black or whatever. The most disadvantaged thing you can be in the age of DEI is straight white male. Now that is indisputable. Mm-hmm. What I would entertain as a real argument is we need to do that to push back against the old boys club type mentality. And I will tell you, again, also having been in these corporations, the old boys club is real. I won't repeat stories I've heard, but I know people who have been in upper boardrooms who've talked about crazy shit. And you could make the case, okay, maybe we needed some level of kind of forced course correction, but now we're at a point where that's gone. And it's a generational thing.
So here's
for the boomers, maybe for the Gen Z and the millennials. This is why the Gen Zs, the kids are so fucking racist. It's like, bro, I'm not in that old boys room. I don't have a job. I don't have a house. I don't have a chance of raising a family. You're holding me accountable for the sins of these old rich white men.
But remember, old rich white men are literally at the heart of everything that liberalism considers evil, right? Slavery, sexism, oppression, capitalism. So without even saying it, you are the enemy of your own ideology. And now you're kind of waking up to that fact, and we'll see how far it goes, but that is the state of affairs right now. You are the enemy of your own ideology.
Who are not my allies by any stretch of the imagination. And the whole system's fucked. On top of all the bullshit of just DEI is just dumb as fuck in general.
So there's a couple of things.
Yeah,
like those Gen Z
I talked for a lot. So
consciousness is fucked on a lot of levels. Partially because of what you're speaking to. Partially because of like the failure of DEI, identity politics stuff. So I want to challenge the claim of the most disadvantaged thing you can be is a straight white male. Right. So from
getting a job, coming out of college, like your standard college degree, corporate job.
If you are holding harmless the structure of the job market and considering, you know, from an individual level, right? As just another white guy with a degree from.
He's really struggling with this. I want you to just focus in on his struggle to explain away all that's been said right now about the job market, about the DEI practices, about the practical application of these policies and whatnot.
Right. So from
getting a job, coming out of college, like your standard college degree, corporate job.
If you are holding harmless the structure of the job market and considering, you know, from an individual level, right? As just another white guy with a degree from such and such state university.
White's University,
which is 85% of them, right? Which is kind of a point I'm about to get at. If you're just another 22-year-old white guy from White's University in Kentucky, and you're applying for a job and you're going up against Mary Sue, who is a Filipino child of an immigrant, who is literally one of one, right?
Sure.
Who's literally one of one, like in that application pool, literally one of one.
You're literally saying that within the liberal pyramid, the hierarchy of oppression and value, because oppression denotes your value in one way or another. Like the more oppressed you are, the more value you have. The more of an oppressed group that you belong to, the less value you have, right? This is why white guys have the least value in the liberal paradigm.
One of one on one narrow view of identity.
Right. But
that white person is one of. I'm one of. Listen, there's no one like P.F. Young.
From your standpoint, you're also one of one, right? So I get the logic that her one of one under the circumstances from this specific what's the word? Not the scenario. I get the logic that says that you're at a disadvantage. The challenge is, one, the reality of the results do not speak to that. Every other company in the world.
You know, Acadia calls this victimhood tyranny. And this is another issue that liberalism has kind of shown in the modern era. They have no concept of classical heroism. Maybe once upon a time, but even then, liberal heroism was always in opposition to the modern system of things. It wasn't really heroism in its objective sense or the classical sense of heroism, right? And so this is why, like, a great example of that is when I talk about in Black American culture, the only way to really the only acceptable masculinity you can really express is either in service of a woman or in resistance to, you know, white supremacy and fighting the white man. Those are the only ways you can express like raw masculinity. And by extension, liberalism has a similar problem with heroism, right? And what I'm talking about really is that with the victimhood tyranny that you're talking about, Acadia, it's literally ruled by the weak. Whereas for the majority of human history, we were ruled by the heroic to one degree or another. Not that every king was a hero, but the king himself embodied the concept or the position of the heroism, like the supremely heroic, right? And so that would be embodied like in great things like Troy, you know, that great battle with Brad Pitt and what's his name in Troy, where like the very concept of mortal combat for the glory of it all, and those kind of men who are willing to engage in such things are the men who are more deserving of leadership. We've totally abandoned that, and we'd rather be led by the incompetent because somebody hurt their feelings, and allegedly that gives them wisdom.
So many of these companies are constantly complaining that they cannot find qualified candidates. So like you can't be both disadvantaged, but also they cannot find they can't find
enough. Yes,
people that are clearly advantaged over you.
Okay. Right? Can I just give you the specific because it's dead relevant?
Okay.
I was part of the DEI program design team for the corporation I worked at.
Jake, it's a false dialectic to you because you don't understand the concept of heroism or masculinity as it applies to the concept of heroism. Again, liberalism struggles with these concepts, you know?
They talk about all the time.
Tells you how fucked DEI is.
Yeah, right. Oh, don't get me started.
But go ahead.
They said we need to increase our non-Black or non-white portion of employees, right?
Right.
Like explicitly, they showed a chart of the county we were incorporated in, and then the racial demographic, and said we need to make these two numbers match. That was the extent of the thought that was put into it, which is ridiculous because we were a national corporation. So the county we happen to be incorporated in, whatever. The point was, they're like, okay, how do we do this? Well, we should change our applications to make it gender neutral or whatever, and race, so there are no trigger words in it. Okay, fine. If we're going to hire a Black person, we should have a person of color interview them. That's what they said. These are white DEI. Okay, now I brought up, hey, lady, so you're saying if we're going to interview a Black person, we need a non-Black person to interview them. Doesn't matter if they're Black, just as long as they're not white. And I brought up, hey, you might very clearly run into the issue of tokenizing. Hey, we're interviewing a black candidate. Here's our one black manager coming over to interview you. It's like, it's ridiculous. But that's just one specific thing, which, by the way, that ended up, I found out months later, that exact situation happened where a black manager got pissed off because he was brought in to interview. And it's like, what? I'm just a fucking token. So
again, the liberal outcomes can't be achieved properly with the liberal policies, right? You want some level of diversity. And maybe even, again, the thing with liberalism too, in its modern form with DEI, you literally can't get like racial parity with any particular industry, right? The black people who filter or dominate whatever sectors, they do so for a lot of little individual reasons. It's not just a matter of pure racial selection, right? And so, for example, if you're running a law firm and you want 50% of your partners to be black women, you understand how small of a pool of black female candidates you've now restricted yourself to. And so they do that kind of thing. And then if you can't achieve those numbers, well, you got to fudge the numbers. You got to game the system somehow. You got to lie. You have to make yourself a liar.
Oh, once again, P.F. Jung's vibes-based analysis predicted it 6 months ahead. But hold on.
I mean, that's true.
Here's the real issue, though. I brought this up, and no one gave a
white liberals, Jake, to answer your question, white liberals in particular love diversity so much because liberalism as an ideology has put white men at the heart of evil, that they are the devil in their modern, anti-theistic religion. It's an anti-Christian religion, essentially. But liberalism has made white men the devil effectively. And so there's no white racial solidarity under the liberal umbrella. All the other ethnicities can have racial solidarity except for white people. And so by definition, liberalism is kind of anti-white.
Shit, because they don't actually care about making a difference. Hey guys, is the issue that our hiring practices are racist? I don't believe so. It's just not.
I'm actually backing. Jake says, so according to you, white liberals are uniquely self-hating. Sorry, but you're wrong. I actually have data to back that up. Broadly speaking, you have what's called in-group and out-group preference. And statistically, of all the major ethnicities, black, white, Asian, Arab, Latino, whatever, white people have the lowest amount of in-group preference, meaning white people are literally less racist than every other ethnicity, right? A great example of that is the Far East, right? When black people go to China, they're shocked that the Chinese people will like literally stop and want to take pictures and touch their hair and all that stuff. Right now in Japan, some of the street signs, the signs on the subway literally have a picture of monkeys dancing on the subway saying that we don't allow dancing on the subway. All right. And so the idea of racism in the Western liberal sense of the word, you guys have no idea what that really means because you think white people are the supreme racial devils here.
Nonsense. I was on a...
And again, the entire liberal context of racism is white people have done evil to brown and black people, so therefore white people must, fix it or whatever. Whereas the brown and black people outside of Western Europe have no context of that kind of way of thinking.
Majority minority team every time I was in that corporation. Mm-hmm. The issue is not we can't find black candidates because we're so racist we turn them off. The issue is that because of systemic racism, which is real, the pool of qualified black candidates to begin with is disproportionately small for the population size that we're trying to go after. So how about...
And I'll tell you what I'm going to do, because I'm kind of, this is a fairly long conversation. I'm only maybe halfway through their conversation. I'm going to drop the link in the chat in a few more minutes because we're at the 2-hour mark, and I do kind of want to take some other opinion. I don't want to just read chats off the screen here, but we're going to drop the comments. I mean, we're going to drop the link in the chat momentarily, but I need one of you guys to hit that like button for me, and one of you guys throw $1 in the super chat too while you're at it.
Instead of doing all these stupid fucking DEI programs where we pay a consultant $50,000 to give a lecture on how to be less racist, let's take every dollar of that and give it to community activists who, for example, train underprivileged youth on how to use Microsoft Excel, which is like the most basic corporate tool that every corporation could use. And guess what? Nobody gave a fuck, because it wasn't about actually solving the problem. It was about looking like they care. And all the DEI shit in corporations is 100% that. And until I hear, we agree. And so my point, and so until I hear a justification from some DEI consultant for why we should give them $150,000 a year instead of $150,000 to community activists already doing shit to address the fundamental underlying problems, the entire thing is fucking bullshit. And all of the justifications around it, systemic racism, blah, 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 it's like, do corporations. Yeah.
So I have, without giving.
So stop defending DEI. DEI is not the end word. DEI is bullshit.
I've never been a DEI fan for that very reason, because I've seen it like I want to.
Yeah, but your philosophical worldview created it. Kimberly Crenshaw created it. Yep, she says explicitly.
Critical race theory created the framework for what DEI and like inclusion and stuff.
Sure, liberals hijacked it.
There you go.
Yeah, but the underlying but the underlying creation is entirely a product of postmodernism.
Is valid though. The underlying logic is valid. The problem with all of the critical theory stuff is the liberal hijacking. You should read Elite Capture. It's a very short, very straight to the point, written by.
He's really trying to argue that liberals have captured liberalism, and it's a Ouroboros snake eating its own tail type of thing. You were always meant to be exactly what you are, and this is why we're kind of questioning the very nature of liberalism itself.
You should watch Joshua Citarella. Do you know who Joshua Citarella is?
No, I'm scared.
He is no. He's great. He's the future Joe Rogan of the left. He's a Marxist. He's a classic Marxist.
Okay.
He's interviewed several professors who talk about this. Yes, Vivek.
Dig, that's an interesting question, Dig. I think we have reached an impasse. If whites formed liberalism, who are we to question their inward conflict? Is it something we are unaware of? I don't know if it's purely a white internal conflict, the way you kind of framed it. I think of it like this, Dud. As a member of, the top Western nation, maybe the last bastion of Western freedom, it is our duty to question all of these concepts, right? Doesn't matter because we're black, because you and I may be black. I think the conversation is worthy enough to be had by anybody capable of having it. But thank you for the support, though. Appreciate the super chat. We are about to drop the link, and we'll probably review a little more of this conversation together live on the panel. It is Race War Sundays. We are talking race and liberalism, FD Signifier versus PF Jung. Thank you guys for watching.
You want me on that wall. You need me on that wall.
Chibber. Yeah. Is he right? Do you like Vivek?
Yes. Overall, I like Vivek.
Okay.
I think Vivek popping off recently is really valuable.
Yes.
Because leftists and liberals are at a crossroads where they're either going to get on board or they're going to destroy us or themselves.
Right. And I think it's Vivek or Vivek. Vivek would say explicitly that the framework that Kimberly Crenshaw created, whatever, critical race theory, postmodern, contemporary fusion of politics, whatever she said in that paper, which is postmodern neo-Marxism, by the way, but that's a separate issue. But that framework is the one that is like justifying giving money to the DEI consultants, because the goal is to fight power and racism wherever it manifests, not at the root.
And you know what? Another thing, Dick, talking about white people and political philosophy. I mean, pretty much all political philosophy stems from white people in Europe, which stems from like ancient Greece and Latin. So ancient Greek and Rome, rather. So no matter where you go, there you are, man. I can only swim in the pool I was brought to.
To the issue, which is class and systemic racism in education, it's just as valid to fight power and systemic racism within the confines of a corporation.
And so
and
like,
Vivek would make that specific.
I think he would, and I would agree with him overall. And this is kind of the place where we get into a dangerous. The danger of this whole conversation is where the margin stops in these critiques. Because my problem with Vivek is that he is correct in his analysis of how DEI sucks and identity politics is co-opted and trashed. But you still have to circle back to the fact that these things were created to address specific issues that are completely valid. Sure. And in any other situation, when we come up with a solution for a problem that does not work.
All right, Jake, I think you sort of backwardly walked your way into my major critique of liberalism and race. Jake says, correct, all political ideologies stem from white people. Non-whites ruled based on inherited customs, not ideologies, all right? The shorthand for what you're calling inherited customs is just tribalism. And so non-white tribalism is in fact destroying the very liberal Western nations that have invited the non-white tribalists to be among them. Do you understand the irony of it all? This is what I mean when I say liberalism can't really contend with the realities of race. This is why even this white liberal is having a conversation with his non-white liberal friend about how non-white, how anti-white liberalism has become, and his non-white liberal friend can't really get it. It's funny to him because ultimately FDR is a racial tribalist, right? He's a communist and he's a revolutionary, so he's that first, and then he's also a racialist below that.
We don't like leave the problem intact. Based on the inefficiency of the tool that we presented to it. And my criticism of Vivek, my criticism of even the anti-white race, because like you're right about how anti-white racism and white identitary politics is on the rise, but indulging the myth of anti-white, not the myth, indulging the, what I want to call it, indulging the like
narrative. A narrative can be true or false.
Yeah. So indulging the narrative of anti-white racism, thank you, only gives more, it only takes away energy from the realities of how you address racism.
Now, Dick Thug, I think we're perfectly in agreement on that. We are unqualified to make whites love themselves. I am very much a fly on the wall in that sense of what you're talking about. I feel no power or no responsibility even in this whole arena. I just enjoy the debate. I like watching it play out. I like watching the world turn. That's the only reason a person might want to live forever, just to see how it all ends. But I dropped the link in the chat in case anybody wants to offer any pushback and review some of this conversation alongside me here. So don't be shy.
And gives energy to the Christian nationalist people. You know what I'm saying? So like you have to.
Fair enough. I would say the exact opposite. And this is it's not a matter of debate at this point. It's just like my perception is that's how you rob them of their valid talking points.
And so I don't think you do, because the talking point, this is what it is. That's not a talking point. That's a smokescreen. You see what I'm saying? And like that is kind of why I can't roll with it. When I hear the whole concept of Christian nationalism is the same, it's a repackaged, is the whole concept of Christian nationalism is repackaging of the same white Judeo-Christian ideology and philosophies that created.
Here's another thing that's coming on the horizon. the decoupling of Judeo-Christian. As it stands right now, the proper far-right Christian nationalist position is explicitly anti-Judeo. And so the coupling of Judeo-Christian, it gets categorized as another one of those anti-white propagandistic terms, because Christianity is very much categorized as the religion of white people as far as liberalism is concerned. And so this is why you would see this kind of a focus on the church as this bad, oppressive thing or whatever. And I think what's happening now on the right, on the furthest rights, is a realization that the Judeo historically was never really friendly with the Christian. This is a new kind of thing that we all convinced ourselves is really real.
All right. Hey, how's it going?
What up, Bumpkin?
A few comments in the chat. Someone said Christian nationalism.
So real quick, you're Darth Bumpkin now. Did you get like your red stick or whatever? Did you finally make it?
Yeah, I made it. I made it.
Okay, cool. All right, go for it. It's Bumpkin.
Yeah, fuck it, we ball. Sorry, excuse my language. It's gonna be really hard not to crash out today. PF is dumb, and I don't know why these people that are supposedly arguing from a white advocate perspective continuously get to be up here advocating from a white advocate perspective when he straight up said that he thinks that white people tribing up is dumb. But every other group,
he's really not. He's kind of, this is what's fascinating. That you have to kind of focus on the nuance of it, really, because that's the only thing that makes it make sense. There's a nuance that's deeply relevant. He is a white left winger. He calls himself a radical centrist, but you're liberal. You're a white liberal. And within the context of white liberalism, he's noticing it's becoming a little racially uncomfortable for him. So he's not even pro-white nationalism. He doesn't identify with any of that. And so that's what makes him unique. It's like even those guys are noticing the walls are closing in around him. PF is noticing the walls closing in.
Yeah, you noticed too late. I'm sorry. You noticed too late. I'm sorry. Yeah, you've already ceded all your moral values. It's out the window. I don't care. If you're not with us, you're against us. Do not care. This is wild, man. This is wild. Someone said Christian nationalism is inherently judo nationalism or judo Christian. That's not true. Christianity was a revolt against Abrahamic law, and the Talmud straight up says that Judeo hates Christians, and I don't care, bro. So if you know anything about actual Christianity, you would shut the fuck up, Cat. Anything about Christianity, you would fundamentally understand that that's wrong.
I think a proper reading of even the scripture with like things like Jesus and the temple and his beef with the Pharisees. His beef with the Pharisees is literally what got him killed. And then there's the whole blood on our hands thing. As I kind of reread that scripture, this is part of my whole fascist development too, I guess. So I didn't even know I was becoming what I was becoming, right? But I start to learn things and I realize, oh, wow. That's what it was really about. So he kind of hated what those guys were up to, and he kind of built this huge following behind him. And it was literally based on that. I mean, it was based on a lot deeper, older wisdom, but he was saying, you guys have fallen away from the teaching of your fathers. You're writing your own stuff, literally freestyling the God's law. That's kind of what he was accusing the Pharisees of, right? And so within that context, it is completely a revolt against that. And then this is where it gets darker. When you get into the medieval time and the Dark Ages and leading up to like even the Crusades and all that, there was never really peace between, well, peace is a relative term, but they never liked each other. Let's put it that way. Those people always lived over there down the hill. Regular white Europeans lived up there, up the hill. And then when I start learning more about medieval fairy tales like Hans Hans Christian Andersen, the ancient Germanic kind of fairy tales. I'm pretty sure Hansel and Gretel, the stereotypical witch, very anti-Semitic. Almost every medieval fairy tale has an anti-Semitic basis to it. If you really start getting deep,
I want to know how much I can let the mask slip today. That's what I want to know.
Not all the way, but I'm already sure I'm gonna have to paywall this video. So let's have it a little bit.
Okay, yeah. I wonder why. I wonder why every single one of them was. It's almost like liberalism is brought about by a certain group of people throughout Europe and throughout the West consecutively every single time. I would like to point to you guys.
Hold on. Jacob, the French Revolution, secretly spearheaded by the Jacobins. I mean, there are so many dots to connect. But all right, I'm done.
Yeah, I would like to point to the Spanish Golden Age. What happened literally right before the Spanish Golden Age? The expulsion of what people? Exactly. Every single time. Okay. So obviously liberalism is spearheaded by a group of people that can blend in with the broader Western society every single time. But that's besides the point. So like when people like Jake in the chat, Jake, please hit the panel link. Please come up here, bro. Please. I'm trying to farm my aura and farm my ego. Okay, buddy. All right. When he says
no free XP points on this panel, man.
No, there's free XP points. Nah. Listen, we are level 10 in the dungeon. He is a goblin. All right. I'm farming XP today.
No, that's the thing too. This is what I realized. See, like FD can have this kind of soft level 1 conversation with a fellow liberal. And what I've come to learn is that a lot of these pro-blacks who, they say they know so much about the white man and the white culture and the white people are always up to something. You don't even talk to white people. You're technically afraid to engage. So how much do you know really? Like, how much do you know of the enemy until you've seen the white in his eyes?
Yeah, FD will never have a conversation with someone like me for obvious reasons.
Hey, let's keep it real. Jake from State Farm needs to worry about trying to sell insurance and not sit and tell us what white people are all about.
Was that an FD slander?
No, I'm talking about that dude in the chat.
It's a Jake in the chat, yeah. Jake from State Farm is funny. But what's going on, Snowman? Really quickly before we get back to the video here, what are your thoughts so far on this? Like I said, low-level exchange.
Like I said, I already watched this once before, and to be quite honest with you, I thought that it was really a weak display. I mean, for FD Signifier to claim that PF Jung is even anywhere close to a white supremacist is laughable, to say the least. You know what I'm saying? And like was already brought to, I don't believe he's even ever talked to a white supremacist, because if he did, he'd realize how closely their ideologies are really aligned, how similar they really are in their beliefs. And this is really a poor show. All it is a white dude. It looks like, dude, you know what it reminds me of, Hood? When I first got on YouTube and I'd be on BMT's channel, letting him get away with himself and other black people throwing a bunch of slighted, underhanded shots at me and not clapping back on it.
It's passive aggressive white liberalness, man. You got to stop being afraid to say shit. You have to stop being afraid to be proud of your history, of your ancestors. If the moment you stop being afraid to be that is the moment they lose. I don't understand this concept, right? And it's not like I'm speaking from an evil mindset. Like literally every other group on this planet gets to be proud of their heritage and their culture besides one group of people, and that is white people consecutively. So the moment you stop seeding them that, and the moment you start being proud of your ancestors, proud of the history and the culture and the governmental systems that your blood specifically created and your cultures specifically created, is the moment that they lose the power of the argument.
Well, Bumpkin, you know what I'm starting to see even more and more of the more I start being on these panels and more people start showing their true colors as man, I just lost it. Go ahead.
It's okay.
Back to the video.
The segregation and, Jim Crow and slavery to begin with. You know what I'm saying? It's always been a smokescreen where we're just trying to protect the virtue of white women, right?
Oh,
like literally damn near 90% of all race riots in America's history start with, the lie that a white woman was assaulted by a black man. Like, go
I
look that
remember
up. It's literally their greatest hit. And by the time you've allowed that to gestate, any amount of violence that happens after that is justified.
You know, even when we talk about history, like American history, most of us, because we went to public school and all of our teachers, they went to college with liberal professors who were secretly communist and whatnot. We've got a very skewed vision of the past. Not to mention like all the newspapers. I mean, pretty much since the 30s and 20s, newspapers itself, I think, are a liberal concept. I don't know if we really had a right-wing newspaper. Any right-wing newspaper is automatically like a KKK thing, so it doesn't really happen. But what I come as, well, that's the only right-wing thing that's acceptable, maybe. But even still, let me hold on to my point here. Our entire interpretation of American history is seen through a liberal lens. So, like the concept of lynching. If I say the word lynching, most people automatically assume white did something to black people, right? A white person hung a black person automatically, right? But technically, lynching was the universal form of punishment of that era. Like, if you kind of got caught out there, we would just hang you. We would beat you a little bit, then we would hang you, and then, you know, it's over.
Yeah, and the biggest lynching that happened in the United States of America was about 20 Italians.
Well, look, it just goes to show what, because I remember my thought I was going to say, you know, when white America decided that they wanted to actually try and do something to show that they were trying to make amends for the atrocities of the past, you know, start, you know, allowing or giving black folks the things that they asked for, and even going so far as to making it easier for them to get ahead, giving them programs and jump starts and, you know, making up to where, you know, you don't have to even be at the same kind of level as your you know, the other people that you're competing with. It seemed like they took kindness and then took advantage of that shit and said, well, because these people are being kind now, let's see how far we can run roughshod on them, to where you end up with people that making comments in the chat about white people need to love themselves a little bit less because white people are the ones running around calling themselves kings and queens and gods and goddesses all day long.
Yeah.
Tell me that ain't some narcissistic, I love myself and kiss my own ass bullshit.
I'm so tired of it. I'm at the point someone says foundational white Wakandan. I don't think blacks and whites in America are compatible anymore. You know what? Honestly, I hate to admit that fact, but I really, I mean, I'm at the point. I'm at that point too, man. I'm being real.
Look, Bumpkin, it ain't even about equality or even equity at that anymore. It's about get back. Most of these fools that are out here complaining and arguing aren't going to be happy until they can enslave a white man or a white woman themselves. That's what they want. They're just too pussy to admit it.
Let me kind of smooth this out a little bit for the listening audience. What it sounds like I'm hearing, you know, being a therapist real quick, what it sounds like I'm hearing isn't so much a pure racial hostility on just raw I'm white, you're black lines. It's more like, I don't want to live with people who hate me so much. Like, what's the point?
And see, that don't make sense, Hood, because if they hate us so much, why do they keep following us around? It ain't white people moving into their communities. That don't happen. It's them moving into white people's communities.
Well, to be fair, they do kind of have a little racial angle to gentrifying, so I'll give you that part. There is a little bit of that going on. White people generally beautify the place, though, but you can't live there no more. It's so expensive.
Well, when white people move in and actually do something with property and raise property values to where, you know, property tax goes up, so schools actually get more money, like they bitch about them not getting, then they bitch and complain because we came in, made the place look better, and now they got to pay more money for their shitty apartment.
And then if we just don't do that and we fucking leave, it's called white flight, and we took all the jobs with us, right? We can't win. They don't hate us for any economic reason. They don't hate us for any specific. They hate us because we are white. That is the root of it. They hate us because of the way we look, but because of the way we act, because of our culture.
They hate us because they were told to hate us. That's why. They were told to hate us from the time they came out of their mom's vagina.
I swear to God, I thought what he was gonna say. They hate us because they ain't us. We're gonna get back to the clip before y'all get on the roll.
And you don't then like fix that problem by saying, okay, we need to make sure that Black men know not to touch or look at white women the wrong way. Because that was already well entrenched among Black men at that time. It did not stop the problem from happening because the ultimate goal was not to protect white women. We know from American history and world history, white women, not necessarily the most protected class, depending on where you're coming from, right? At least within y'all spaces.
Conscious moron, you can review the video all you want, but you gotta do me one favor. Hit the link and show me you ain't afraid to chop it up with the racist white people. Don't be afraid of the racist white men. Imagine what Black America would be if niggas was always afraid of the racist white man.
The only reason why I might be racist is because Black people tell me I am.
I'm not even really calling you racist. I'm just
and I'm not saying you hood. I'm just saying that's the only reason why I would even be racist. It isn't because I chose to be. It's because someone chose for me to be.
Well, that's literally the crux of like what I wanted to talk about today, and that's why I think is interesting between like PF Jung and FD Signifier. White people starting to care that maybe I don't like all the immigrants and the non-white people hating me. That gets you labeled racist, right? That alone is enough for you to be called a racist, right? And so that's kind of what I'm playing into. It's like, well, if you hate him so much, the least you can do is talk to him.
I'm a product of my environment, no matter where I move to. Dude, I'm a product of my environment, no matter where I move to, bro. I went from a diverse state to a not diverse state, and guess what? Oh, now there's a horde of Somalians. Oh, now there's a horde of immigrants. Oh, fucking FBAs pull up. Why are you pulling up where it's negative 30 degrees outside? 6 months out of the year.
Tropical people, you don't like this shit.
Yeah, it's like, of all the places to move to, Somalian man, why are you moving to the place where it's negative 30 degrees outside? Because they have to be around what?
And see, Bumpkin, think about this.
Hold on. Are they having Juneteenth celebrations in Nebraska?
Of course they are, bro. For what I live in North Dakota. But nah, dude, I saw Juneteenth celebrations going on.
But here's an ironic crux to all this, dude. Think of all the FBAs and ADOS that are in the chat and in the shadows listening that are getting pissed off about what you and I are saying about them, even though they say 10 times worse shit about us on a daily. They can dish the shit out. They act like they're fucking roast masters and can handle anything that they can just wipe it off their shoulder. But then they get pissed off about the simplest shit. Anytime a white person even claps back, they get pissed off, get all up in their feels.
Hold on. Shout out to Conscious Moron accepting the invitation. I guess I cannot accuse you of not being brave. I appreciate you for taking the panel, man.
What's going on, fellas? What's going on?
I've always liked Conscious, man, because he actually keeps shit a buck.
I tried to.
Before.
Yeah, we ain't got no beef, bro. You just don't be taking the link all that often, but appreciate you showing up.
No problem, man. It just seems like you guys are crying a little bit, man. It sounded a little manosphere-ish. That's kind of
dude. That's what I've been saying my whole life. When I hear Black people tell me that I'm responsible for all the atrocities that they didn't go through, they're crying a little bit.
I rarely hear Black people would blame you, Angry Snowman. I think on a whole they might be blaming white people, but I don't think they specifically blaming you.
If they're blaming white people, then me and my children are at blame.
Yeah, Moron. Hold on. Why do you think?
Because it's
just I don't want to call you Moron. Conscious.
No, it's cool.
Let me ask you though. Why do you think there's such a big difference between saying, all right, when somebody says like, I had the graphic up earlier. Let me just show you this, right? Why do you think there's such a far difference between Abolish the White Race, written by Noel Ignatieff from Harvard Magazine? That's how high up this is, right? Why do you think there's a gap between that and Snowman and his children, Bumpkin and his family? Like, why is there some kind of theoretical difference?
Why would there be a difference? There's been white authors who've made books like this, the 88 Precepts. Are you familiar with that? The Turner Diaries. So it's always
88
been.
Precepts for the
I'm
Diaries,
not
1488. Yeah, I know.
I'm
Yeah,
not
so
totally
I mean,
familiar with what you're saying, but it sounds like we don't.
What was the 88
Oh,
precepts? And what's up, Angry Snowman? How you doing
hold
today,
on,
Jack?
hold on.
you got
You got put some headphones in. Oh, you're killing me with that reverb. But let me. I want to focus on this. I don't want to lose the thread here. I'm conscious. So when you say like nobody is really blaming Snowman directly, but then we have these kind of blanket calls for like abolish the white race and the concept of anti-whiteness. So Jung, when he started out this conversation, he said someone told him there are too many white people in Ohio. Like, how do you kind of separate these two things? Like the
said, is it
broad
okay
does
to
come individual.
from Ohio. I'm sorry.
Well, I'm just
I'm
saying,
sorry.
remember
No,
the
that's
poll when
fine. But how do you separate?
But I don't think that's a mantra of like, you think that's the mentality of black people, or is that just one person who wrote that book? I bet you if you go up to a lot of black people, they're gonna be like, well, who is this author? I've never heard of this book before.
No,
I can
nobody
say
in
that
Black
theme
America
about it.
knows Noel Ignatieff, but I would argue as a
Exactly. So
casual
I can see
cultural hold on, as a casual cultural token, black folk just casually dislike white people
I
to a
don't
noticeable, visible
really
level.
think that's the case either. And I wanted to bring that up. Like Snowman, you
Okay.
said we like kind of go to the spots that you in, but I don't think we do that. I think a lot of us just want to be left alone. And a lot of times white people come in and I know y'all seen that. I mean, you're never alone if you're a black person. And there's always some white person like looking over their shoulder, no matter what the black person is doing.
But see, what I'm getting at, conscious, is I never even I had no intention of even being in like black spaces on the internet until I happened to come across a panel where all I heard was a bunch of black people talking shit about white people and how white people are the reason for all their problems. Well, if white people are all the reasons for your problems, why aren't you having a conversation with white people then? Why are you talking shit about them behind their back and not addressing it? That type of shit is what brought me to the table. If you're going to talk about me, I'm going to address it with you.
But y'all was doing the same thing on the same what's the name behind closed doors though, but maybe not you, but
We lost you for a second,
just saying.
You went
hold on. Start that over. You lost you right in the middle.
I said, I mean, before the Negro Manosphere was well, not even Manosphere. This Negro Talks on YouTube started anyway. I mean, the white crowd was doing it behind closed doors too. To now y'all want to say something?
We got proof of that.
You think doing it on a public platform like the internet is behind closed doors though?
Right. Nothing online is a secret, bro. I think that's a weird black folk really think they can talk among themselves.
I could care less what you talk about at home with your
weird.
family. That's your business. That's it behind the. But when you start getting on public platforms and having these big ass forums and panels where all you're doing is running white people through the mud and calling them everything but white people, demons. I've had black people tell me that my wife's a fucking bleach demon giving birth to baby bleach demons.
You don't think we've heard just as thing, man? You don't think
Name me any time in your life that you've been actually called the N-word by a white person, please.
Oh, man.
Tell me this victim story.
Okay, you know what? Wait. That's a great question. That's a great question. We're gonna pause for a minute. I want you to answer, but I need to do a quick station business. Midwest Request with the 5 ball says, facing the demons you've created in your imagination sounds crazy. Thank you guys for supporting the show. This is Race War Sunday. We have finally kicked off the battle. Your N-word story conscious. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate this, man.
I was about
look, like Foundational White Wakandan said, I can't count how many hours of videos of proof of that black people hate white people. Proof of it.
So you saying that white people don't hate? Some white people don't hate?
I'm not saying that they do, but I'm telling you what, white people don't go around and spend every day of their life focusing on whether or not black people like them or not, or whether or not black people are costing them or not.
But
How you see the awfuls? How you see the affluent white urban female liberal?
What?
Yeah, they care. They very much care. They're the ones that wanted a black woman to run the country allegedly.
Yeah, that's fine, bro. You have a really bad echo.
I do.
You might have YouTube in the back, bro. You might want to check your page.
It's probably just on the phone.
Yeah, let me go to the left. So I want my phone.
Yeah. So you were called the N-word, and did you say in Ohio?
Yes, in Akron, Ohio.
Akron, Ohio.
Yes, that's where I'm born and raised, the home of LeBron James.
Hey, I'm from Lima, Ohio, dude.
Get out of here.
How old were you?
The 419, bro.
11 or 12ish. They were in the car. They opened the door, said the N-word, and closed the door and pulled off. And I instinctively said, "Your mama."
They didn't cuff you to the bumper and drag you down the block like James Bird?
You asked me when I was called that, not if they did anything after they called me that. Now you want action behind them calling me something?
No, and that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
The reason why I jumped in that way is to point out how much of like a non-thing it was. Because take out the racial angle of it, some random guys were an asshole to some random kid.
Yeah, but I mean, think about it even at work. You know when I experienced that at work though, from like my white boss from Louisiana, he tried to suspend me, but luckily I was good at my craft and I brought the numbers in. And that was the only thing that was keeping me there. He literally told me that. Like, yeah, I don't really like your kind, but you're bringing the numbers. Like, that's interesting. I was probably like 20, 21.
That
It's like in the
sounds
North,
like
I
you.
think it's a little bit different. The racism is a little bit more.
Well, the thing I kind of pointed out earlier is black folks seem to be like hypersensitive about the racial thing, and so like another interpretation of the Louisiana story is you literally defeating some guy's internal racism. Like, I don't like black people, but you actually did really well here. How could I turn you away?
He still didn't like me. I was just bringing in the money.
But you understand the point, which is literally the argument of people who are like,
that. You know what I mean?
no, the people who are like the anti-civil rights people, they will argue that you really didn't have to force people to integrate so much because economically it just didn't make as much sense to not do business with people who had money to spend, right? And so there was practical arguments for just not being such a rigid racist in that way. Like you had kind of have to compromise in certain arenas.
Yeah, I kind of have my.
No, people didn't compromise though. The United States government held them at gunpoint and made them integrate. Don't you remember that? No, I remember that.
I didn't remember it, but I had the picture. I talked about it like a week or two ago when we were talking about liberalism, and it's a real thing. Like so conscious. You understand that from the white point of view, you were literally forced at gunpoint to like tolerate now what we call black fatigue.
Yep.
You mean the original, and even in that, like that's what I'm saying. Like that was stolen.
What's it fucking matter who coined the term though?
You see, but because it does, like it's an example of what y'all do in this country.
Dude, you guys changed the definition of racism. Are you serious?
When did we change the definition of racism? My definition has always been as prejudice with power.
It's never been prejudice with
power. That's literally the college definition. That's not a Webster's classical definition.
Oh, but I'm saying like me and Angry Snowman can hate each other, right? But if we're not in positions of power to do anything to affect each other's lives, what is that doing? That's just my prejudice. But say Snowman is the judge.
But then how am I racist if I'm not in a position of power to do anything to affect you?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, any sort of.
You can use because look, you can use that system against me.
No,
yeah, but the system is actively being used. The system. No. Let's go off the system. The system is actively being used to say white people should not breed and white people should absolutely not carry on their culture. So obviously, right? Obviously,
you don't have culture.
Whites.
Culture.
Hold on. One at a time. You're gonna respond in a second, Conscious. Please wrap up. I mean, land your plane, Bumpkin.
Yeah, obviously, whites are in power. So this whole power with prejudice thing, it doesn't exist, bro. Because whites obviously aren't in power.
Sure?
Whites obviously.
Let me make it
hold on,
simple
because
for
you said
you.
there's name a time when a black lady has called the police on a white man and has been able to use that to her advantage, compared to a white woman who's able to do it multiple times throughout our
I'm pretty
history.
sure the domestic situation that does work a lot.
I've seen black women get white dudes arrested all the time for violence.
Yeah, domestic situations all the time. Yeah.
Again, I grew up in Lima, Ohio, dude.
When the dude wasn't actually doing anything, though. That's
Yeah,
what y'all
no,
negate.
dude wasn't actually doing anything. Yeah,
With a white
yeah,
dude,
90% of domestics,
example of
no
that.
matter the outcome, the dude goes to jail.
No, I'm
Yeah.
saying, give me a time when a black woman has made up allegations. Just saying that somebody is hurting them. Like
The
remember
Duke lacrosse team.
Hold on,
that shit went national.
That was about. Come on, bro. That was totally.
Oh,
right. Now, come on. He gives you an example and then you don't accept it.
That wasn't purely about race, because we didn't even know the race until like maybe 6-8 months into the investigation.
This is
Oh yeah, because Duke had a bunch of black lacrosse players, right? Duke has a bunch of black lacrosse players, right? Right.
It was white. But I'm saying though, it was white lacrosse players. What are you talking about?
Right. So you automatically think that,
but we didn't notice
you hear Duke lacrosse and you think black, right? No, conscious. You hear Duke lacrosse and you think black. You hear Duke lacrosse and you think black. That's what you're telling me.
Wait a minute though. We didn't know the victim's race, and if anything, we would have asserted that she was a white woman.
Well, I mean,
We
fair
didn't
enough.
say that
So
because the race didn't come out until like way after the trial. Because they
And
weren't
why do
even
you think
trying
that
to-
is?
I don't know. Because they were trying to identify the
That
woman.
way people could think that shit don't happen. That only white women are able to get black men thrown in jail. Ain't no black woman going to be able to get a black or white man thrown in jail. They keep that kind of shit silent just so this bullshit, white people have some kind of magical privilege or some shit that they don't have. Narrative keeps
That
going.
happens a lot with the lacrosse team. That was a major news, and it.
Well,
only
no,
happened
I'm not
like-
even saying.
And you go back to that was the late 1990s. You going way back there? That's 26
Like
years
early
ago.
2000s, but no, I'm. You asked for an example, and I gave
How many
an
years ago? Can you give
example.
me
So let's
something
bury
recent?
that. Hold on. You asked
gave
and
me
I
something
answered. So
recent.
let's bury that. Let's bury that for a minute. The whole concept is larger than just that. Like, for example, a couple years back, there was a kind of a big news story coming out of Texas where an entire court network, like all the judges in a particular area, were black women. And this is just in Texas, right? How can you tell me that black people, especially black women, are not of the system when we have this kind of thing? Like over the last couple of years, we reached peak level of black women in high profile positions as mayors of cities, as district attorneys, and as captains of police departments, right? So how are you not of the system?
Give me the state. Give me the state.
Not only that, how many
doesn't
black
matter
women
what
just
state
got
I'm
laid off from the
in.
federal government, dude, that had federal government jobs?
Working for the system doesn't mean you control the system. Y'all realize
No, but
that,
you
right?
are
'Cause if
of
that
the
was the case,
system,
Barack
though.
Obama, when he was in control, he'd have been to do whatever he wanted for black people, right?
Bro, I didn't even use Obama as an example.
No,
and
I'm
maybe
just saying,
Obama
the
didn't
name you
really
see
mess
the
with us like
judges
that
in
anyway.
Texas. Okay,
Maybe,
let's go to the
Obama,
judges.
maybe niggas
What
wasn't a
state are you
priority
in?
for Obama though.
Hood. What state are you in?
Why does it matter though? I don't.
Because I'm
Curiously,
saying,
why
like,
does it
those
matter?
judges in Texas can't help you if you're in a different state.
It's
or
not
even
about
in a
them
different
helping
city.
me
So how
though.
much
The
power
question
do they
is,
have?
are they
How
not
much
of the
power do they
system?
have outside their city? That's what I'm trying to.
They have power over the lives and the
outside
men
their
in their
city,
district.
because they're not running the whole state of Texas.
But
It's
hold
just
on. Hear me out. Most black folk
it's a whole
don't
city.
actually interact with a
It's
bunch
like
of
put your
random
finger
white
in the
people,
dike,
right?
man.
No, I'm trying to paint a picture to you. Most black folk don't just go out of their way to randomly interact with black people, but these women are a part of their local government system, right? And so when it comes to how black people run in America, how black people function in America, you got all these black female judges, a part of the same
Like,
system that you say is
went from
oppressing you.
Texas, and then you said all these black. In the South, I will wholeheartedly agree. Like in the South, there is a lot of black judges because there's a heavy black population in the South. So
Right.
why wouldn't it be? But up north, is it that way? Like I could see
Up
you saying
north
it
is
up.
more diverse. It's not heavily
Exactly.
black.
So
It's just
not
more
like they can
diverse.
help. It's not like those judges in the South can do anything for the people in the North or
You're,
affect
you're
their
literally
lives.
ignoring that question, though. You're doing a great job of ignoring the question.
His deflection tactics are, on par.
Well, you know,
You got a shield up or something? Just dropped a potion? What's going on?
I learned from this white guy.
Potioned
He's
up.
pretty good. No, let me see.
That was actually pretty funny. I'll give you that, dude.
The goalpost has wheels and a V8 engine today.
You know what I'm saying? Throwing that much. But no,
And it's on a pendulum swinging all the way around as it's moving.
Yes.
Right. At what point do black people? At what point can black people be honest about our relationship to the system? Like, because that's kind of a manosphere argument. Like, black women are trying to set black men up to constantly be in revolution against the system. Meanwhile, they have an intimate
While they're working for the
with
system.
government.
You know what the problem is? I think more black men need to get involved with politics. Truthfully, like we need to be at every election, just like just like white women, just like black women, like even white men. They need to start voting more, because then they're going to start addressing our needs and our concerns. But if we don't show up to the polls, why would they address us? That's why black women have advanced the way they have in the Democratic Party, because they show up to every
What do you
election.
think? Why do you think that the government hasn't catered to black people's needs and concerns over the last 75 years? Like, what makes you think that it
I think
hasn't?
they have. I think it's been a give and a, you know what I'm saying, a give and a taking. You know what I mean? Just depends on the party in power. Sometimes when the
Mr. O,
Democrats
you got your headphones in?
when Republicans are, and they take it away. You can look at it throughout the, you know what I'm saying? When the Democrat president is running low, the wages are low, not just for black people, but for Americans. The unemployment goes down, living wages go up, cost of you know what I'm saying, living wages go down. But under Republicans, it spikes for all Americans, not just us, not just black people, but all Americans. So like we gotta.
I want to. No, I wanted to jump to Mr. O. I noticed she was back up. Sounds like your audio is straight.
Yeah, I told you I was on the phone. Now I'm on the laptop and what's the name? The microphone.
That sounds way better, Mr. O.
Yeah, I know the struggle. Bro. You got it, man.
Yeah, I was just saying though. I was heard the conversation. Now we talking about so-called quote unquote the race war argument, and now y'all brought up the B-Dub. Now, can we just agree that yes, she is a traitor? She talks a good game about so-called trying to go to war with the so-called white man, or AKA the government, but she need the so-called.
I don't feel I'm qualified to make that claim with you, though.
Wait a minute. What bleed? You talk about
I'll
black
step
women?
in that one. Because, you know, and this is, I feel like I'm in the same position I was with Mr. Z here, trying to explain the new reality as I see it. And so, and it's fine. I'll take that role, right? But what I think I see here is that black folk are in a weird, like, position of, say, South America before the great switchover thing, right? Do you... Now that we've kind of got to this position with our white co-nationalist, do you? I know, but you have to think that way, because either you're a nigga or you're an American.
No,
and
man, if you thinking you're
niggas hate America, bro. No, niggas hate America. That's kind of the reality.
No,
you can deny it if you like, but I'm not here to prosecute that.
Black people don't hate America.
We don't hate it.
But the point I'm trying to make, I don't argue black people hate America. I say niggas hate America. But the point I'm trying to make is that we're at this position of sort of like just before the South America, I mean the South Africa thing where they switched over. Now that you've kind of gotten white people, your co-nationalists, to actually be willing to negotiate to some degree, to be charitable to some degree, do you really want to crash it all for spite?
No.
Well, then it's on Black America to at least kind of pull back a little bit. Then, if that's your argument, and I'm not saying you have control over the whole thing, but that's kind of my point, right? Black America kind of has to pull back. It's not white America pushing the racial button right now.
It's not really Black America either. Good. It's not even Black America. It's only a few spectacle of percentage of Black people in the community that's causing all this ruckus. It's the
I do agree with Mr. O on that right there. It's a small group that's got the loudest voice, like always.
Look, it's a alphabet mafia and the so-called
women. Hold on, would you say that group is the group that voted for Trump? Because that's a small group.
Well, I mean, the majority of America is left leaning, so I don't necessarily think the group you're talking
No,
about
I'm
is a
saying
left leaning group with Trump.
no, he's talking about within black people. Like I would agree with him that the oddity in the black community are the voters who voted for Trump. That small percentage. I want to say it's probably 20 combined with black and with men and women. It's under 20%. So those are the weird people in the black community that are holders back. I absolutely agree with you.
So you're saying that the people that think conservatively that actually don't want to get
No, the
involved in
people that
politics.
are the black people who are blagger, that's what I call them, black MAGA supporters. They're the blagger folks. Those are the people that are hurting black people.
I'm one of them blagger folks. Since you just gave me a nice little name and everything, I accept that name. It's kind of clever. But so you saying that men or people that think like me that want to go ahead and actually have like a close knit, a real close knit, community, trying to actually work together, conserve our so-called resources and everything, and actually have some good common damn decency about ourselves amongst other so-called races of people. We're the problem, despite the fact we got all these people that don't know who they are with all these mental isms, mental illnesses. You'll say that now. Can I ask you a question? Since us blaggers, the people that's pro what's that, pro family, pro what's the thing called?
That's what I'm saying.
You gonna support
Hold
a
on, hold on a second.
leftist agenda
That's
that wants to
that's
destroy
kind
us.
of the problem with black. Like y'all don't think that other black people think like y'all. Y'all don't think black Democrats want families just because it's a little odd. People, you don't
No.
think no state. You see,
No,
what
they
They
I'm
were
don't
saying?
want
literally voting
people.
for the right to be able to kill their
Hold on a second.
babies.
Hold on a sec, y'all. Y'all thinking the 13% of y'all are correct, but the 80% of black people who've been doing it, not just living their lives, they're wrong. And that's the problem. Y'all don't even question yourselves. Like, hold on. Well, all these people going this way, maybe I am a little messed up.
You
Y'all
want to be
saying
saved? Hold on.
Y'all going against the grain,
Conscious.
not us.
No, your argument. You want to be saved by the existence of the minority, and we're
I don't want to
making the
be saved.
argument. We're
No,
making
no,
an
I don't.
observation based on the vast majority. So when you bring up like the family issue, right? Prove to me that black Democratic leadership is pro-family.
Barack Obama, Kamala Harris.
What were the
They
policies that they did? I mean,
well,
they have families
they're
themselves.
showing it. Yeah,
But what? No,
exactly.
yeah.
They just
Yeah,
can't talk for
actors show it
everybody.
though. I mean, actors show
They,
things, but what are
what
the
did they have
policies
to show?
they
These
put
families
forward in their
always
position?
have
No,
had their rights here in America. What do
no,
they have?
no.
What more
Conscious,
do they have to
conscious,
do?
conscious. It's a simple question. In terms
No,
of political leadership, what political plans or policies have they put forward to prove their pro-family nature?
what policies did they need to? It's already been
They're
in
you're
place.
talking about the
Hold on.
president, though.
And this is what I'm saying. Nothing has changed for families in this country. What right has been taken away from families since the inception
Wow.
of our country? None. They've just expanded the right to other diverse,
Kamala didn't
non-traditional
even have
families.
her
And
own
y'all have
children,
a
by the
problem
way.
with that.
Man, we still don't know if that's Barack or Michelle's kids either.
Right.
So that's still out of the question.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. You the odd person in the black community, because if you're not a black man and you can't recognize, even if the black woman is not attractive and a black woman, something is wrong with you,
It's
not
not
us.
even about the
You
black woman
recognize.
being
Oh, hold
attractive.
on, hold
It's
on.
not
Let me ask
about
this
women. Hold on, hold on.
Stop.
Conscious,
Hold on.
conscious,
Just let me
conscious.
get this
It's
off
not
real
about
quick.
women.
Mr. O, is Michelle Obama a woman? Yes or no? I don't need no.
I will
You see
accept
no
that
right
she
or
is a
no.
woman.
I'm
That's
asking
still
Mr.
up for
O.
debate.
You
That's
see what
still
I'm
up for
saying? That's
debate.
so crazy. Like y'all black men don't even recognize black women. Even like I said, even if they're not attractive, you can't tell that's a black woman and you come from a black woman.
Dude, we live in a day and age where we can't tell if half the
And
women are
no,
men or
no
women
disrespect,
anymore.
No,
man.
I'm
No
one of them
disrespect,
logical
Mr.
niggas. Don't even
Snowman.
try to get me into no emotional
You didn't come
bullshit.
from a black woman, so
Oh
that's what I'm
man.
saying. Like these black men should be able to recognize a black woman, and they
Are
can't
you
even do
womb
that.
shaming right now?
Yes,
No,
he
no,
is.
I'm just
That was
no,
womb
I'm just
shaming.
saying
This jag off
if
right here
you
is
can't
really fucking
recognize a
I'm
black
sorry.
woman as a black man, how can you help the black community?
Now, here's the thing.
Are you trolling?
Yes, yeah. Hold on. I said I would let you get that off. I said I would let you get that off. You seem to have gotten it all the way off. I don't really want to handle. That's too hot to handle. I care not for that whole question, but I do want you to kind of help me out and understand why, from a political perspective, it doesn't matter that your leadership doesn't actually offer pro-family policy. So you're led by people who have family themselves, but they don't offer or help you to maintain your own family unit? You don't think that's weird?
What have they taken away, Hood? What are they supposed to give? And can you name a Republican policy that helps the family?
Well, one,
That's what I'm
anything
saying.
that
Like,
puts more money in men's pockets in particular keeps families together.
you
That's
said
off the
man,
rip.
not the family. Why wouldn't it be the family?
Well, because a
You see what
family
I'm
is
saying? Like,
a man, a woman, and a child. You think a family is a woman and her
Hey, I'm in the
children?
middle of
you said the family. You
making
said
some
the
food.
man
But yeah,
specifically.
so the Democratic push for the suffrage movement directly benefited large corporations and moved the goalpost from a single payer
Suffrage
household
movement.
directly into a
Suffrage
two-payer
movement.
household, therefore making it less
Wait, when was
economically
the
efficient
suffrage
to
movement?
have children. So that's
When was the
one
suffrage
strictly
movement?
Democratic policy that absolutely
Bro, when was the suffrage?
ruined the family
When was
unit.
the
Yes,
suffrage
absolutely.
movement?
Absolutely, yes. Do you
When was the
deny
suffrage?
that the Democratic
I
Party
can't even remember when that was. Wasn't that
specifically,
like 100 years ago? The suffrage movement?
brother in
Really, you're
Christ?
going to talk about how long ago it was?
No, I'm
Yeah.
just saying, like, wait a
Okay,
minute.
how long ago was slavery?
Right, I was just thinking that. I was just thinking that. Don't you
How long
dare
ago
talk
was
about
slavery?
slavery. Don't you dare bring up
I'm
slavery.
just saying. He said policies of today. You went to the suffrage movement. He said
Bro,
today.
doesn't that
We're
affect
talking about
today?
today, yo. And you went
Doesn't
to the
that
stuff. That's
affect
why I
today
brought it
though?
up.
Doesn't that affect today?
No.
What's the whole point here? What's the whole point of having history? How?
No, bro.
Right,
When
we
was
live
the
in the
suffrage? Can you
product of
answer that
history,
for me,
bro.
though, bro? Just because I got it. When was the suffrage movement, though?
It
The
was
things that
1900.
happened yesterday are the reason for today, man. Like you're acting
Bro,
like history don't
bro.
matter.
Oh, so slavery is the thing that happened
Tell
yesterday
me,
that affects us today. Is that what
no,
you're
no,
saying?
no.
Now
Slavery is
flip
the
it
only
on
thing that
you.
Slavery is
matters.
the
Now
reason
flip
why
it
you're
on
here.
you. You know, I'm flipping
Tell
it.
me,
Look,
tell me that
slavery is the
you want
reason
to
why
know
you're
black
here,
people.
bro.
Just
You
tell me that you
don't
want to know
think in the
black people.
richest continent on the world we would have survived, Hood? If they
Look,
would have
look.
just left us alone, you don't think
No,
Africa
no,
would
no.
be the most
Slavery
No,
is why
powerful
because they're
country?
you
barely
as an
surviving over there
individual are
now.
here now.
Bro,
Are y'all
Yeah.
crazy? Y'all crazy?
please
Y'all
tell
really
me
Don't
that
think
even
you
get
want
me
to know
started.
black
Don't
hold
even
on,
get me
hold on,
started.
hold
Hold
on,
on, hold on,
hold
hold
on.
on.
Y'all think that
No,
we
because we're moving off the point. We're moving off the point, and I won't let you. I won't let you. I won't let you. No, 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 no.
oh
Stop.
my
Let's stop. Let's
God,
stop. We're gonna have
yo.
a soft reset. The whole focus was Black leadership is anti-family, and
I
you
don't
cannot
believe that.
offer anything to me to prove that Black leadership is
How dare
pro-family.
you say that we are not interested in families in the Black community?
Prove it.
Okay, Obama addressed what?
Obama
Wealth
addressed the
inequality.
Obama
Good
addressed the
Lord.
so-called
Okay, well I
deadbeat dads,
can't
but he
prove
didn't
it. Go
call out the
ahead.
so-called deadbeat single mothers. Go ahead, start with that. He addressed the so-called bad black men that so-called leaders,
Well,
so-called
shouldn't he
kids.
be addressing as a man? Shouldn't he be addressing man? Like
What
we
about
let
the
the
single
women
moms that
address
do
the
it?
women, right?
What about the single moms that do it
Don't
for
we let
women?
women dress women and manhandle man?
No, we
That's why
tried
the
that. That
school I come
failed.
from.
That failed. Now tell me, no. Then we have Barack Obama berate us black men for telling us that we was deadbeats and all that good stuff on national TV.
No,
But
he
we will
didn't.
not.
He said that you were politically impotent, in which you are.
No.
Black
He
men are,
said
for
Pookie
the
and
most
Ray
part,
Ray.
we
He
are.
even said Pookie and
The
Ray
small
Ray.
percentage of blagger is politically impotent. Yes, you guys are. Let me ask you a question.
This
How
is a
many?
sick Negro.
Hold on, brother. How many congressmen do you have in your state?
This is hilarious, actually.
How many congressmen do you have in your state, Mr. O?
How many Congress? What?
How many
Why are you
congressmen do
asking
you
all these
have in your state?
distracting questions, bro?
Bro, no,
What are
Because
all
he
these
wants to
non-focused
derail
questions
from what
about?
the actual real
Listen,
topic is.
if you
Ask
let
the
it play
original
out, let it
question,
play out.
jag off.
Just let it play out, Hood. If you don't answer,
I'm going to
I
hear
can.
you out one last time, and then we're going to
Yeah.
move the conversation forward.
Mr. O, how many congressmen do you have in your state?
I lost count. Do not care.
How many senators do you have in
We
your
got
state?
two senators.
Okay, and what does the Congress do? Do they make the law? Do they make the laws? So that's why it's important to know. That's why I'm saying you're politically impotent. You don't really know what the fuck is going on. Because Trump can't really do nothing if he doesn't have a good Congress like he does, right? That's why I asked you that.
You know, the
You're politically
question at hand was prove that
go ahead.
Black leadership actually supports
I know I'm
families.
saying as a black man, you're politically impotent.
No, nigga.
Yeah, I get that. I appreciate
Yes,
that.
Answer the question with a
yes,
question.
nigga, you are.
I appreciate that, but the whole question at hand was black leadership. And now that we're kind of let's move past black leadership for a minute. Since we kind of stuck in the mud for a moment, I want to do this. Let's everybody just sit quiet for a minute, and I'll stop it if you want to jump in, but we're going to get to the clip.
So we can't then give power to that narrative, because if we give power to that narrative, we might avoid a fraction of these incidents. They might have to make up a new lie, but the behavior that's the problem is still going to persist. And that's kind of my struggle with, like, and so what I'm really interested in is unearthing within those, let's say your friend who probably would not consider themselves to be racially biased, unearthing what allows that to be salient. Because there's a lot of white people that in fact, the majority of white people, I would argue, and you tell me if I'm wrong, the majority of white people, if you make a white joke around them, do not care. I hate when white people make white jokes. It is so cringe to me.
It's all joke specifically is all intent. Hold on real quick, because just to address that point, because this is, I'll wrap up my analysis of the disagreement here, which is, this is how I would phrase it. I would say the same thing to people who have your perspective as I would say to, like, the Charlie Kirks. Charlie Kirk loves to say, you live in America, right? It's one of the best countries. You should be patriotic. I'm like, Charlie, obviously to some degree, I agree with you. And like some of the stats bear it out, the best place on average to be black is actually America. You know, it's fine any other country.
But yeah.
Right, sure. But that's still a fact.
Does anybody on the panel disagree with that? The best place in the world to be black is America. Probably always has been America. I'm kind of speaking to the other black guys on the panel, technically.
I mean, this is the best place. I can see myself in a so-called motherland, getting chased by lions and tigers and shit like this. So yeah, this is the best place.
Any comment on that, Conscious? Best place to be black?
Yeah, I think business-wise, it absolutely is. Business,
What about culturally? Economically too, yeah.
I don't know about culturally.
Really?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
Because Africa is the birthplace of civilization.
You know they didn't even create the wheel? Never mind.
You sure?
I mean, all the stuff that you talk about civilization, you know, I don't want to do this with you. It's too much late.
Did the Egyptians have chariots, my guy? Dark Larkin?
Yeah, but they weren't Negro. They weren't exactly Negro the way you kind of. The whole Egyptians are like Bantu black. Like, Egyptians aren't Bantus, bro.
Egyptians are what?
Egyptians are not Bantu.
Okay. They're Africans, right? That's what I was talking about, the birthplace of civilization.
Elon Musk is African.
Sure is.
He's as African as your Egyptians.
And Charlize Theron. She's an African American woman.
Right. She's as African as Egypt. So
okay, let's run this shit.
Do you not understand?
Let's run this shit. No, let's run this shit. King Tut.
How many generations deep is Elon in Africa?
I will yell over
he's really
you.
not African. He was just born.
He's an Afrikaner. But no, King Tut, for instance. King Tut, for instance, right? Do you know how much Northern European DNA he shares?
Northern European DNA?
Yeah, with modern day Northern Europeans.
How many?
98%.
Oh,
he's basically an Irishman.
He had red hair.
Oh, sure he did. And he had red hair.
Like I said, basically an Irishman.
Amazing.
So obviously when we're talking about
was what? Was he the first king of Egypt? Or no? He wasn't the first? What did the first one look like? Can you tell me that one? Bet you can't?
Okay.
Got to be quiet on that, huh?
Yes, I'm sorry. My bad, bro. I don't know the entire dynasty of Egypt. My bad. You really got me there.
No, I'm saying, do you know who Imhotep was? If we're gonna talk about King Tut, you know who Imhotep was.
Was he a
Oh,
black man?
so it's either yes or no. Either you know who he is or you don't.
Was he a black man? You want to get to the fucking
I
point,
just
or
asked
you
if
want
you
to keep
know who
playing
he
these
was
dumbass
or not.
games? Do
I
you want to
want
get
you
to
to
the
look him
fucking
up.
point, or do you want to
I'd rather
actually keep
you know
playing these dumbass
yourself. I'd
games?
rather you learn yourself.
Get to the point,
I just got to the point.
Reverend. Please
You
land the
learn who
plane. Was
Imhotep
he
is.
a black man?
He was a
Yes or
man.
no?
He was a man. He was a man.
Was he a black man?
Only you can find that out. I can only show you the door.
This
You got to walk through it.
fucking
Stop being
dude.
lazy.
Are you on a
And
port?
do some
Never mind.
research on your own, like you guys tell us to do.
Oh, look, I'm gonna use a white voice. Oh. Hey, shit, man. Shit, man. Hey, you gotta do your research yourself, man. Shit. Doesn't feel so good, does it? Doesn't feel the
You don't
best,
really
does it?
sound like you have it down packed, buddy. You gotta be a
Shit,
little bit.
dude.
Grab your
Shit,
nuts.
man.
Try and grab your
I'm gonna
nuts
run
while you
that
do
shit.
it. I know they're
I'm gonna run
small,
that.
but try and grab them as much as you can and then say it. Try it real quick.
Shit, man.
Wait, what? Great. Now, what's our motto? We was kings. We was kings.
All right, shout out to the Midwest request with the $2 super chat. Why Egypt is not a black country in 2025? Yeah, like, did the white man take Egypt from you?
It's like America isn't a native country. It was colonized. What the?
Right,
Hey,
it was
I
always
gotta go.
founded as a white country, though. American, like, there was no Native American America, right? It was founded as a white country, and I'm arguing the same thing is probably likely
It
true
was
for Egypt.
founded. How could something that's already here be founded? It was taken over. It was.
Yeah, because the
Hey, look, I
land
gotta
isn't a
go, man.
country.
I know, man. You kind of. You're right. You're right. You're right, gentlemen.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. Y'all have a good one. All right.
Yeah, cool. But yeah, the land is not a country. So like the whole idea of like the Native Americans were here first. Yeah. God knows why, but I can only imagine. It's getting a little too uncomfortable. Started to question Egypt and all that, you know. It's like telling Mormons Joseph Smith was fake or something.
I mean, can we go there?
If you want, I wasn't planning to.
I'm joking, man. Don't take it serious.
Anyway, man. Shout out to Midwest. Thanks for the super chat, man. We gotta get back to this clip here.
There's plenty of, you know, well-off black people, so on and so forth. But it's like, Charlie, put yourself in the shoes of an inner city black kid, right? Who, you know, be patriotic. It's like every politician that has ever, you know, managed my city has neglected the fuck out of me. And now I'm being told to be patriotic. When I see the American flag, I say, fuck that, because that flag just, from my experience, represents bullshit. It's like, okay, well, Charlie, I don't want to acknowledge that narrative because it feeds in the narrative that America's bad. We need to foster patriotism. I agree that in order to have a healthy society, you do need to have a generally positive attitude towards your country. I would say the way to foster that attitude is by acknowledging those pains and addressing them versus I don't want to feed into that anti-American talking points because a lot of that is mixed up with America is just inherently racist to the core, needs to be burned down, all that different shit. It's like, I just think the best way to destroy the ideological rot on the other side of you, whoever you are, is to, you know, rob the nutrients that rot is feeding on. And like,
he wants a liberalism without anti-whiteness. And I don't know if it's really possible for you to have that. Because it seems like liberalism was born that way.
You know what's crazy about this Egypt shit, conservative? I actually, you know, did my due diligence and I went back and I looked up the first king of Egypt, right? Because that was the question. Did you know that I'm legitimately looking at this and there is no one named as the first king of Egypt? Why did that man say this? Why did he send me down a rabbit hole just to say there's no first king of Egypt? Unnamed individual.
Because he's one of them pro-blackity blacks that gotta be like Farrah Convict. You know, Farrah Convict won't go ahead and tell you sweet things, but really ain't saying nothing. You know what I'm saying? Say never cross in the green, always cross in the green, never in between. And always remember, my brother, one fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. That's it.
You know the thing, Egypt is technically so ancient and mysterious. You really shouldn't bring it up in any non-historical conversation. Like, don't try to attach modern black people to that shit, right? Don't even really technically try to attach modern white people to that shit, because it's so deep back in antiquity. It's like some Atlantean, pre-Atlantean. We don't even know. So, like, I hate when people try to attach so much to that, like, especially in this weird tangent of like, we built civilization because of ancient Egypt. Like, we don't even know that much about ancient Egypt technically, bro.
We have no idea. Egypt as a nation could have been conquered 8 times over, and we'd have no idea.
Well, it literally was. Like, most people don't understand that the vast majority of the Western Muslim world, from like Saudi Arabia toward the west, which would be like, you know, Syria, Jordan, the north of Africa, that whole territory was once Christian. So there was an entire era of history that was literally just burned away. And most people don't get that. So like, black people have this kind of like weird connection to Islam because, you know, the NOI and all that, Malcolm X, which that is a huge conspiratorial thing unto itself. Like, the start of the NOI literally goes back to some occult secret society dudes. But the whole point was that black people kind of have this idea of Islam as like the black man's religion, and it's also an anti-white thing. Like, we're rejecting the white man's Christianity by taking up Islam, but technically Islam was in Africa. I mean, Christianity was in Africa way before Islam, if you really want to do that. So what belongs to the white man? Not to mention the fact that, you know, rumor has it, and according to the hadiths and the sunnahs, Muhammad was a big redhead. Muhammad was a ginger.
That's so wild.
Hey,
I've also heard
you're not the only one that looks things up, Bumpkin.
I know. No, I believe you. I've heard that as well. I've also heard as well that Genghis Khan was actually Hapa. I've heard rumors about that as well. I've heard certain
blue-eyed, blonde-haired.
He did not have blonde hair, but he was recorded having red hair. And he was
red. Okay.
Yeah, but he was on average much taller than literally every other Asian ever. I think he was like 6'5", 6'6", or some bullshit like that.
And see, now you're kind of stumbling into the Tarim Basin, the mummies, all the pyramids that China don't want nobody to get into. According to deep history, their first emperor was, you know, blue-eyed, blonde hair. Like, there's so much that doesn't get talked about because it seems like, and you know, they call it the post-World War II liberal consensus, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, what I've condensed it down to is what we've been talking about tonight. Like, liberalism just kind of, it hates white people, apparently, which is ironic because there wouldn't be any liberalism if it wasn't for white people.
Like, there's a lot of fucking systemic racism in black communities. Like, that is systemic. Like,
yeah,
the one we talked about was property taxes funding schools. Fucked.
Yeah,
literally the accumulation of wealth. Education should be the great equalizer. It's not.
But the thing that I struggle with, and I'm curious about, is what are those pains though, from a white standpoint? Like you mentioned earlier, right?
Being told.
And see,
there's too many fucking white people.
I'm struggling with that because, like,
really,
my son just got racially profiled at his soccer tryouts. And so, like,
and it sucks.
It sucks, but the
do you believe? See, this is the thing. This is why you.
His son literally was told, "I'm blacker than you," which is not a denigration of blackness necessarily. It's a claiming of blackness, really, which not really denigrating something you're claiming, but that is a far cry from saying that there's too many white people in Ohio, and him trying to, you know, justify it and make it the same is it's kind of, like I said, it's a very weak feminine position he keep taking.
You cause a great
hold it.
You cause a great deal of confusion in me because it's like either The reason that I'm able to engage with you is because I assume that you are like me in some fundamental way in terms of how we perceive the world and how we perceive people and all that. Obviously, there's differences. Of course, there's differences between everybody, and in some fundamental ways, and you can go down any dimension of like, what was your childhood trauma like? What was your relationship with your parent? Whatever. There's all kinds of million different ways that affect how people are. But it's like, I don't believe that you do not understand. Like, if you heard someone say, a white kid say, there's too many black people in Chicago. Like, they're fucking all over the place. They're doing all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're committing all this crime. I got black.
Man, what?
It doesn't matter. I understand that you have the framework that you do, that is in the context of this, you know, oppressive system and all that. It's like, people who, you don't need that framework to still feel like, man, when someone says there's too many white people and that white people are responsible for all the ills of the world, and that it's, you know, it's like, I've seen tweets that are like, you colonized our nation, now we're going to get yours, bitch. It's like, damn.
Bumpkin, this would be a great time to hand them a flyer. Now somebody, you need to hand them some Lincoln Rockwell material or something like that.
Hey, did you know this has been going on for a very long time? Did you know that this has been an ongoing struggle?
Would you like to know more?
Right. Did you know that there are clear differences in rate? Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's so funny to me, because, and this is what I meant when I was trying to say earlier, that it's not really the white folk that are pushing for the racial conflict per se. It's not just black people, by the way. So I'm not trying to put black people on the hook totally, because then we have this whole immigration thing. The Mexicans waving their Mexican flag. You know, you got the Asians, the Chinese nationals. Let's say that, because there's the Chinese nationals and that whole thing, literally sneaking viruses and fungus into the country to poison the oranges and all kind of stuff like that. Then you got the Indians running the American tech system. So every time a white person needs tech support, they have to literally beg with a foreigner to help them. And the whole thing starts to amount to like, you know what? I really don't like everybody else. And I don't, you know, I really can't begrudge you of that feeling, because I low-key share some of that sentiment as well as a black American man. And this is kind of my point. Last thing. This is kind of my point about the black American man. If the white man is if the white man is the big bad, if you're number one, well, who is number two in America? So as soon as they're done punking you, they're gonna punk us next. I'm like, listen, maybe we should form up and start an anti-punking crew, because I don't like what's going on here.
I agree.
I've tried.
Yeah, I know.
tried.
It's a futile thing. I'm not putting any pressure on you. I know it's futile, but I get it. That's kind of my position, though. It's like, because as soon as they're done with you guys, they're gonna come for us too.
If we can find 1,000 hood conservatives and just give them like regiments and then send them into like places like Detroit, we might have a chance.
Look, even Detroit had the what was it, the 300? Right, they had 300 niggas, and they got punked by women.
But no, specifically the black woman.
Yeah. Charlie, you need an anti-punking crew. Niggas just getting punked left and right. Men all over. Black men, white men, we all get punked off the initiative.
Hood, they're called gangs. The anti-punking groups are called gangs.
Yeah, not necessarily. I don't necessarily believe that's what I'm looking for. I know what you mean. There's some truth in that.
Do we have to go ahead and talk about gangs in New York?
By the way, everyone in my chat, I'm restreaming this. I'm gonna drop Hood Conservatives link in my chat. Give him a sub, please. I
really appreciate that. We need to grow the church a little bit. Hit that like button while you're here. Shout out to the Midwest Request with the $2 super chat. The Hood Conservative Light Brigade, LOL.
No, I'm serious, man.
Listen, don't aspirations of pure fascism, bro. It's funny actually. Now that I think about it. Now finish your thoughts, no man.
No, I was just going to say the church is getting pretty spicy lately. Just saying. Salute to you. Good job.
Well, you know, every now and then we hit on something interesting, and I like to spread out the topics. I don't want to just talk about one thing for 2-3 days in a row. I hate that kind of rut. I like to talk about all kind of stuff, and in particular, ever since I've been on YouTube, race, politics, and the gender war have been kind of three threads that I've been tying together. I think I've been doing a fairly decent job of tying the race war, and gender war, and the political front all together.
You know, I guess my biggest thing with all this, because I was in the kitchen cooking and listening to all of it, and look, I'm still going to stand 10 toes down on the fact that I've spent 30 years of my life in one form or another listening to somebody from the black community always complaining about something that they never lived through and blaming it on me, maybe not me specifically, but directing their disdain towards me because I share the same skin color as them. So much so that you've even witnessed it, Hood, on panels when I first started coming around, where people would side-eye me. You know, side-eye me, they would interrogate me, and then look at me and say, well, you know, with the history of white people and what they've done to us, what about the history of what black people have done to me personally? But I don't hold that shit against all of you.
I was about to say, it wasn't me, bro.
Why is it okay for people like the last gentleman to come up here and him to hate white people and it's supposed to be okay, but I'm not allowed to equally hate him back just because he hates me because I'm white? Why is it all right for you to hate, but not for me?
Well, that's the weird position. I asked that question earlier when this kind of got brought to the surface before. It's like the weird position that's being called racism right now. If you really look below the surface, what I hear is there's obviously that whatever static percent of like the far extreme white guys that are actual hardcore racist or whatever. But beyond that little minute minority group, what you have are a lot of white people who are basically saying, I don't hate you because you're black. I'm beyond that. I hate you because you hate me.
Fact. That's right there. And I feel that I should be justified in that because I didn't hate you until you actually displayed your hate for me. You know? And then on top of it, because I've sat and I've listened to people complain about this, you know, for the last 20, 30 years for some kind of injustice, why is it legitimized when they're whining about shit that they never went through, but we're whining when we're talking about shit that is literally happening in real time right now today?
You know, no, I don't think anybody on this panel would do it, but nobody in the chat do this either, please. Don't Bible me to death, because I know that's the guaranteed solution to this thing. But beyond that, outside of Jesus, you know, what would Jesus do? Why is retributional hatred wrong? Like, if someone is expressing irrational hatred towards you, is it wrong for you to at least have some level of hostility toward them?
You know,
again, don't know what would Jesus do me?
You got.
I'm just saying that, you know, I was always raised that if you don't like someone or someone irritates you, then you just stop engaging with them. But yet we're at this impasse where I could stop engaging, but some of these motherfuckers are still going to keep engaging with me because they want the drama, they want the smoke, they want the chaos. That's what they live for.
Let's get back to the.
Guess what? I know it's hilarious. It's hilarious, and it is to the degree that us whites are not going to put up with it. It's like,
and that's kind of so that, and therein lies the real struggle here.
But real quick, just to that point, I believe that sentiment. If you're told all the time, like, yo, white people legitimately colonize the shit out of all your countries, and it's really their responsibility for all these fucking problems, I genuinely believe they're like, no, I want less white people here. I want them gone. I want them out. Shut the fuck up. It's like. I believe coexistence in that sense for those. Yeah, that can't work any more than the KKK and black people, or whatever. It's just like, it's fucking ridiculous.
The framework, purpose, and like ultimate goal of it is like, you have to ground this in historical, like, reality and analysis. You said something earlier that I wanted to touch on. I had to write a note because I forgot it earlier. It was about the whole, like, what are the consequences?
To answer your question about is retribution bad, absolutely not. But I say it. Let's run these hands then. That I think that's the point we're actually at in the United States. I hate to be that guy.
Well, hold your horses, because metaphorically, I get what you mean, but the implications are dark, and that's the thing that I do kind of run the game all the way to that point, and it seems like we're walking to something like that. I don't think it's going to be a purely racial conflict. We're going to break down into so many different levels of civil conflict. Race will just be one part of it. But yeah, we're going to be running some hands at some point. It's unfortunate.
Vanta, I do vouch for Vanta, even though he's a dirty Somalian.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that was funny. Go on, Vanta.
No, salute to you, sir. Thank you for having me. I'm glad you sent the link in, because I found this whole topic fascinating. So yeah.
Just to let you know, even though I vouch for him, I'm going to fight with him consecutively throughout this entire panel. So I hope you're ready for that.
Well, yeah, you guys sound like you're familiar with each other. That's cool. Like racial jokes tend to be a mark of familiarity because nobody got pissed. But the thing is, you said this is fascinating, so I want to get your take on this, especially as a foreigner. So I'm hearing you claim Somalian. I'm hearing a westernized accent as well. So it's an interesting Somalian you claim to be. What is your take on this whole thing, please?
So number one, yes, I am Somalian, but I live in the UK, London.
Even worse.
Oh my God, stop it. And number two, I'm hearing this whole black. All I heard was black tears. To be fair with you, Mr. Hood, black tears, black suffering. Like why the fixation on color? That's what I want to know from a foreigner, an outsider, the color aspect. Why color? Because we like, in Africa we don't call each other black and all that. It's like, state where you come from, Ethiopian, Somalian, Nigerian, whatever.
Yeah, and guess what? That's because everyone there's black.
We're not black. It would be dumb. History.
It would be dumb, right? Just like if Europe wasn't being, if it was normal and wasn't being shredded by fucking Somalians and Middle Eastern Muslims, right? It would be dumb to be like, what are you? Oh, I'm white in Europe. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Of course, they're going to be like, I'm Scottish or I'm
wait, Vanta, please, wait. Let me jump in 1 second before you respond, Vanta. I just think it's interesting, and this is a weird Black American position on the whole Pan-African, we're all black together type of argument, which I completely reject, and I think you'll understand why when I say what I'm about to say. Vanta, you know that you're anything but black, essentially, right? Because you said we're not black in Africa, but what exactly do you claim? Because from the Black American perspective, like it's us and them in terms of black people and white people in this country. So it was easy to form that sort of identitarian dichotomy, right? But in Africa, everybody's black. So this is where the whole FBA argument actually does kind of assert itself. Like, y'all are not like us just because we share a allegedly similar phenotype. So what do you think about that whole thing?
So my position is like, okay, can you retrace your steps? Like, can you find out exactly where it came from? Pre-slavery, can it be done? Because through genealogy, because Mr. Bunkin here, he's American, but guess what? He told me he's from England. He told me, my family's from here. Like he traced back his DNA, and he's somewhere from like Nottingham, Northumberland, one of these areas in the UK. So can't you FBA do that, where you can retrace your steps? Maybe you might be from Ghana, Nigeria, Benin. Who knows?
Let me ask you a question then. Well, let me answer your question first, because that's unfair of me. Let me answer your question first, and then I'll respond with a question as well. But I don't think it's really relevant in the way that you argue it's relevant. Your Somalian heritage doesn't stop you from being a part of what you would now call like British culture. I don't think you're separating yourself from the modern British culture at all, do you?
No. I fully assimilate.
Example. Right. Now I'm arguing that my Black Americanness needed no assimilation from your perspective of it. Like, we were born into it. And so, although genetically I can trace myself back to Ghana or Nigeria, like you can trace yourself back to Somalia, that is not the start of my identity. My identity is an American creation.
Okay. And that's what I want to clear up, because I feel like there's a little bit of confusion, because I used to hear from, like, pre FBA, the term FBA, like I'm talking like 15 years ago. I used to hear, the Hoteps like talk about, oh, we're the motherland, Africa, the Pan-African argument. I'm like, I'm not sure about that, Mr. Black American. Like,
right.
Until today, now it's a bit more clear, where FBA say, yeah, our history starts from XYZ, and the tether that you guys call us, we come from that history. So at least now we know there's a clear distinction between two sides.
I think the confusion isn't your fault per se, because the whole Pan-African thing was sort of just like I don't want to say imposed, but it was seeped into Black culture, so it became kind of the norm. And it's very recent that we start to question it.
Right. Yeah.
I'm to the point.
That was my only kind of issue. Go ahead, Bumpkin. I'm sorry.
I'm to the point where I'm
real quick. Let me do some station business. Thank you to Chuck for the $5 super chat. He says, I support Bumpkin's Back to Africa movement, and Somalia technically is Africa. So either way, I think he's talking about you, bro.
Nigga, please. Serious.
That's hilarious.
Thanks for your support, bro.
I'm getting to the point, honestly, where I'm just like fully reverting back into an ethno-nationalist. I don't know, man. It's getting bad out here in these streets. It's becoming more and more apparent day by day by day. It's terrible.
No argument there. I get the.
I'm seeing of Eric's comment yeah, I'm sorry.
Dead air.
No, please. You had a thought, please.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm looking at Aaron C. He said the term FBA is not from 20 years ago. I didn't say FBA was 20 years ago.
Damn it, it takes you that long to read?
Yes, because Bumpkin. Listen, Bumpkin. It's goddamn what time is it for me right now?
Stay focused. Stay focused, bro. Stay focused. The term FBA is not 20 years ago.
Yeah, come on, Aaron C. we're talking about Pan-Africanism was 20 years ago, not FBA. Yeah.
Right. Pan-Africanism was relatively the norm.
Yeah.
And I used to hate it, because as an African myself, trust me, no one hates Africans more than Africans. Like, you go to Africa, the Nigerians hate the East African. The East African hates the West Africans. The South hates the North. We're all instantly, constantly fighting inside. This whole unity is dumb. Yeah.
I want to ask you somewhat off. It's not on you. I'm going to kind of put you on the spot somewhat as an African.
Sure.
So as an African living in the West, right, especially in the UK, because that's more than just one place. So what do you think of this sort of argument here, right? This is beyond you and your particular circumstance, but I want a commentary just the same. In Ireland, you have a lot of different Africans. I don't know if it's a particular group of Africans. You have a lot of different Africans moving into a place like Ireland right now, claiming, oh, now the argument starts to become Ireland was always diverse and all this stupid stuff that liberals start to do. And one of the arguments is that, like, if not for colonialism, or you guys need to pay for colonialism is one of the arguments people make against, like, the West, right? Whereas Ireland was never a colony, but they have to suffer what is essentially like weaponized migration. And so I want to ask you, as a sort of person who would kind of be accused of being a part of that group of migration in your own right, what do you think of that whole position in itself?
Let me start with Ireland. Ireland was always enslaved or colonized by either the English, the Romans, or the Berbers, the barbarian Islamic pirates that crossed over and enslaved some of the Irish throughout the centuries, right?
Right.
So the God damn it, the Irish should not be blamed for any kind of slave, white guilt or anything. I think to be fair, the Irish have been treated badly, and the current Africans that are moving there are horrible immigrants. Like I've seen what in Belfast, Dublin, like all these Irish cities, the Africans don't want to assimilate. Their goal is just to dominate. Like, oh yeah, I'm here. Give me benefits. Give me this. I'm like, you're making me look bad, man. Like, what an ugly image. Like the people welcome you in, and you treat them as trash. Like you're entitled. That's number one. And number two, as an African, what do you call it? You colonized us in Africa, so you owe us reparations, all that. Guess what? As a Somalian specifically, I wish the British Empire was still here. I miss the British Empire, because once the British Empire left Somalia went to hell and back. It was over.
That's so stable. Interesting. I'm kind of picking on you a little bit because I don't get to speak to many foreign Black people every single day, and this is very fascinating for me as well. But
I'm good. Yeah.
No, so you just mentioned the British Empire. That's interesting. What say you about this idea of colonialism? Because there's right now an anti-colonial push. So explain to me what you think of the concept of colonialism or even anti-colonialism.
Colonialism is human DNA. It's in our blood to take over. That's all it is. It's like, yeah, if I'm better than you, then I'll show you I'm better than you. If I lose the conflict, then I lose, right? But if I win, I will dominate you, and you'll be part of my culture. That's the human history since dawn of time. Colonialism is normal. I don't know. I think it's like the post World War II when it became, oh yeah, colonialism evil, bad, because mustache man and all that. But guess what? As a Somali myself, and guess what? Yeah, I'll be called Uncle Tom, etc. But history does not lie. If you look at my homeland, it was way more stable under the British Empire than post British. It was taken over by a communist autocrat who brought in Marxism, communism, and then within 30 years it just went through civil war, and now the country's a failed state, as you see in Somalia. Whereas under Britain, it was very stable. Like my grandfather, he raised 16 kids on one income, working for the British Embassy. So colonialism, yeah, okay. It depends. By the way, it depends on the practice. If the practice, if you're cruel, like the Belgians in what was it, the Congo, like under King Leopold, that was horrible.
Well, I mean, there's some argument that it wasn't even all on Leopold either, because Africa is going to do what Africa does too. They don't need a lot of European encouragement to cut hands off. But thank you so much. You've been a great sport. I want to pass the mic. Oh damn, American Made just dropped off. I was going to kick it right to him, but stick around. If you want to chime in, feel free. Mayo Monster. Before we get back to the clip, let me kick the floor to you. What's going on, Mayo?
I never talked to you. This is my first time talking, but I've been listening for a while now. I just want to let you know, it sounds crazy, but you guys, the Black manosphere, the white manosphere, the manosphere in general, you guys don't understand how big you guys really are in high tier spaces where these conversations are basically amplified to I'm talking such high levels. The best way I can describe it is, even if you guys think 100 viewers or 200 viewers is low, you guys had a conversation with Undead Chronic, and the Undead Chronic, you guys, the TFMs, the fact that the space is growing is not only that it's crazy, but I would say even this conversation right now is, like I said, it's amplified to other spaces. And the reason why I wanted to come up on here is because you were talking about how race, politics, and the gender war is all intertwined. And you were also talking about how that you, as a Black guy, has more in common with white men over the Black community. And I wanted to come up here with that past caller because it seemed like he was more on the pro-black gynocracy, right? And I think a question you have to start talking to these pro-black gynocrats. I think the crux of the issue is who is a bigger threat to you as a black man's sovereignty. Is it Keisha or is it Brad? And that's why I really wanted to come up here, because I have black friends, and these talking points basically have even switched a lot of, I would say, moderate black men to more of how you think. Because when they really think about it, who really is for their side as being black patriarchs? Keisha or Brad? And that's what I really have to say about.
You know, it's so funny. For some reason, as you were talking through that last part, I started thinking about Tony Soprano. I don't know why. There was a moment in The Sopranos where he was talking about how, like, listen, I work with a bunch of black guys. It's cool, whatever, but I don't want his kid dating my daughter, and he doesn't want his kid dating my kid either. Like, there was a weird sort of detente there where it's like, listen, you guys are you guys, and that's fine. I'm not necessarily looking to encroach on your thing, and nor do you look to encroach on mine, but we kind of respect each other's lines and all that. And maybe sometime we need to fight over them and work them out over again, but there is sort of a general state of play. And I don't know, when you were talking, I was just thinking about that. Like, it doesn't necessarily all like in reality, when men kind of have to work things out, like either we go to blood or we work things out, and more often than not, we just work things out because money is better than blood.
Well, most of the time, men will put their differences aside just to get whatever they need accomplished.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. It's kind of like the founding fathers. So there's so I'm actually Gen Z. I'm the same demographic as actually under Chronic. He's millennial. He's older than me, but.
Shout out to Gen Z, by the way. Shout out to Gen Z.
Yeah, Gen Z is actually the most polarizing.
Hey, real quick, shout out to Undead, by the way.
Yeah, actually, I got a lot of respect for you, Gen Z guys, honestly.
Yeah, no, Gen Z.
I wanted to say, I know I owe Undead a visit. I'm going to pay a visit to Undead one of these days. I've been meaning to stop by. I've been so caught up talking to the black conversation. I got to go highlight Undead.
Yeah, I talked to him in his community. They also, like the war band, they basically are bringing a big light because they were so-called they were
demonized as incels.
Yeah. But so here's the thing. When it comes down, I was bringing up the founding fathers. So you guys are probably older millennials, Gen X, right? Most of the millennials are kind of like the boomers, and even millennials would even say that. So, So the boomers are the most selfish. They're the selfish, greedy generation. The Gen X are, I would say, the superior generation. I
appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
No. I would say Gen X and Gen Z are similar, and millennials and boomers are similar. But some of the most base people are the base millennials that are rebelling against like the Starbucks wokies. But yeah, so basically, like as of right now, like the younger generation is extremely polarized, and we've been listening to like a lot of like these talking points and how you guys were basically talking about tribalism, right? And tribalism, it is very clear to see as a young Gen Z guy, where there's other factions of people that are really anti-white, right? And the thing is, there's always the chart that's always in my mind. There's this leftist chart that Hood showed me in one of the streams I watched, and it was that history, it was that museum thing that talked about white culture. There was it was a whole leftist organization, right? And that chart is actually such a big like political, like mind screwing thing for whatever political faction, because as conservative says, and even dirty folks, the black community is felons, gays, and
women,
felons,
gays, and felons.
right?
No.
Women, gays, and felons, man.
Yeah. So, but the thing
dirty
is,
folks that, man,
is
you probably gonna summon him.
Shout out to dirty folks, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm all with my conservative lord. Like I've been listening for a while. So the thing is
I have lore.
Yeah, lore. No, I'm telling you, even these conversations here, they go even further. That's what I'm trying to let you guys know. So you guys keep doing what you're doing. But to sum it all up, is that with that leftist, I don't know if you can even pull it up, that whole document of what white culture is, and how I brought up where, as a black guy, are you intellectually honest to say who is your biggest adversary? Is it Keisha or is it Brad? Because Hood Conservative is trying to, when he goes into these like black to the viewers, when he goes into like these black spaces, like people that are more on the anti-white supremacy, the problem is you are a gynocentric enforcement arm of the left if you think white supremacy is your biggest adversary. Whereas if you think white supremacy is your biggest adversary, then Keisha is your general. Like, and that's why I think, to be intellectually honest, before we say anything about race, is if you are pro-black, then you have to understand that Keisha is your leader. There's no such thing as a pro-black patriarchy, because patriarchy is the enemy of the New World Order globalism. So, and white culture is associated with patriarchy. So that's the reason why white supremacy is such a huge enemy to the current establishment, because it's associated with patriarchy. Like Brad and Chad didn't ask Becky for permission to conquer the world. But the problem is,
he sure didn't.
Yeah, you see, that's it. So that's why I came up on here, because I think it's about intellectually honest to ask, like, are you for the matriarchy? Are you for the gynocracy? Do you hate white people or Chad more? Because we all know a lot of black men don't hate Becky. So do you hate Chad more than you want to be the leader of Keisha? And I think that's like the biggest thing for black men to decide. Do you want to be ruled by the matriarchy and take down Whitey, but Keisha is your leader that's been uplifted by the tribe, right? The certain tribe. Or do you want to ally with the so-called white culture and be known as white adjacent? And even the left itself will say that straight black men are the white people of the minorities. So black men have to make a decision. Do you want to be even a biblical patriarch and be the head of the family? But in order for you to believe in patriarchy, that means you're white adjacent, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, Hood. You know what's crazy about what he just said? There's two things. There's 2 points I want to bring
There's
up.
absolutely nothing crazy about it. It was completely rational.
I know it is
logical.
There's 2 points I want to bring up, though. He's literally verifying when we had the stream and we came to the consensus that black men that want to actually be white supremacists, operate in that fashion. The reason why they can't do it is because they can't let go of allowing Keisha to tell them what to do.
Oh yeah.
Because white supremacists don't let their old ladies tell them how they're going to white supreme.
Yeah.
And secondly,
conquistadors didn't ask like Maria what they wanted to do when they were conquering the world.
And secondly,
you can't
I want
be
to point
a
out
racist and a feminist. The two just don't work.
Well, that's why the left. I'm sorry to cut you off, Snowman, but that's why the left.
No, you got it. I like where you're going with this. One more time.
That's why the left genuinely believes with all their heart you fight racism with feminism.
And that's why they're pushing so hard to make black trans women the face of the black community now.
Yeah.
You said now? You said now. I've been seeing it for 20 years.
Well,
even from the UK.
All I can say, sir, all I can say is what I've witnessed within the last now means within the last 10 years to me.
There.
You know what I'm saying? But that's what I've actually noticed that I've been made aware of it. I pointed it out to Hood multiple times that I'm seeing this issue where they're pointing out and trying to make black men accept that basically trans black trans women are the face and are the black community.
Well, it works like this. And see, Mayo, you actually did a great job tying all the logical threads together. Let me add one more thread to that. When it comes to like the sexual politics and all that, the LGBTQism, what I've come to realize is that if they have this concept of the white patriarchal, the white heteronormative patriarchy, right? And so they're linking white with straightness as the norm, heteronormative. So the idea that it's normal to be straight is linked with white, and then patriarchy. So being white, being straight, and being patriarchal are all of the same thing, right? And so now as a black man, these are all things that are now out of limits. They're out of bounds to you, right? They're in a glass jar. It's not necessarily good for you to be whatever is perceived as white, for one. So any kind of thing, reading, working hard, going to the gym, because niggas work out on the street corner and shit, right? We go to the playground and work out on the monkey bars, right?
Well, I would somewhat disagree. I would say for black men, I think it's uprooted and promoted for black men to be in shape. It's just, what do you use that strength for? That's for Keisha's enforcement and ideology, not for black male patriarchy, right?
Well, that's why you work out on the playground, so Keisha could see you.
Well, look, and that's why, like yesterday, when I pointed out that one Keisha you had on that clip, the point when she made that, when she was talking about gay and trans black men, those were the only ones that they referred to as men, are the gay men, the trans men, and the felons. Those are the only ones they seem to refer to as men. Yeah. Anyone that's actually trying to live their life the right way and being like a respectable member of society, they're useless. They're pookies. They're Uncle Toms and Sambos and whatever and this, that, and the other, dude. It's crazy.
Yo, that's my argument with old family. I was just on a panel, man. I literally just said that.
If you're a quote like respectable black man, you just you work hard, you don't do any of the typical quote black behaviors or whatever, unless you're somehow like a part of the liberal establishment or whatever. It's really easy to get accused of being like, a coon, a right-wing Republican or whatever. And this is kind of how it works within the culture of Black America. These little things kind of are used to keep you in line, so to speak, so you don't start to think too far beyond your bounds. Because again, white heterosexual patriarchal culture is the enemy. And so if you start to lean too hard into all of that, like, all right, FD Signifier is a great example of that earlier. So he's obviously pro-feminist. And then earlier in the clip, he said something that I had to make fun of when he said, like, he is fond of homosexual expression. Like, what does that even mean? But again, that I think about
Sharon when he said it's
of, dude, hold on. Let me get this out because I don't want to break my thought. I don't want to break my thought. Let me get this out because when the left kind of hates masculinity, everything is toxic masculinity, and so what they're trying to do is create what they have to do by necessity, by even organic necessity, because like organically, FD Signifier is a left-wing male, right? And so he, in his own way, is trying to project himself as a model of left-wing masculinity, right? And so his left-wing masculinity is kind of anti-white. It's anti, strictly heterosexualism, and it's anti-overt patriarchal. And so he's trying to project that in his own way.
I just think it's funny that it's all these, do funnies that want to run around claiming that they're the arbiters of black masculinity. People like Sharon Bracey, who wants to sit and condemn black people while he's sitting on panels saying that it's not gay for a man to get pegged by his wife.
Wait, what? Wait.
Yeah, he said that.
I'm familiar with Sharon. He said that.
He said 100%, sir. I was in the chat listening to it live.
Yeah, well, even if like you don't even have proof. I mean, to be a leftist, you can't shame kinks. There's a big thing where you're not allowed to shame people's sexual preferences.
Dude, you can't you can't shame shit about black people. Period. If you're on the left.
No. I'm
well,
talking
to
about
kind of keep it in the
leftists.
frame, you can't even shame an allegedly straight man who has proud homosexual kinks, right?
Yeah,
that's kind of the problem of it. So, like, that's what I meant when I kind of pointed out the patriarchal, white, heterosexual, normative thing. Like, it's a real barometer of how you will be judged. You can't get too close to those things.
Yeah. Well, even then, sorry, but they'll even promote things like cuckoldry, or they'll even promote things like it's extreme to be no fat. There's like a big leftist push to keep men on porn.
Ain't Sharon
right? Like, even listen, I'm not anti-porn, but if you really ask me to think about it, I have no logical argument against banning porn.
Check this out. Ain't Sharon friends with Anton, the same Anton that interviewed the Booty Warrior projectedly from?
Yeah, I don't know about friends.
Well,
I think they're acquaintances, but I'm with True Hype. I don't know if they're really friends.
Okay,
I've never seen Anton even go on one of Sharon's streams.
But anyway,
but Sharon is like trying to grift off of Anton stuff though.
So his co-conspirator. So the same Anton that was interviewing the Booty Warrior, Felice Johnson. So basically, FD Signifier just want to go ahead and have a day with the health inspector. This is what we're talking about in the black community. They just want these so-called adjacent heterosexual men adjacent. That's basically undercover Rainbow Coalition guys.
I'm telling you, dude, the biggest fear of most of these people is when they see black folks like Hood and Mr. O and True Hype, all of you guys that actually have conversations with me, Bumpkin, Orthodox. That puts the biggest fear in these people. They've been trying to stop that since we started doing it, Hood. You've watched it happen in real time.
Yeah, but you got to think though that is the biggest threat to anything that they got going on is when people start looking around and start talking to each other. Now, I may not agree with the politics of the time, but Fred Hampton did the thing at the same time, and I keep on bringing it up. But even Google censors the photo. They crop the photo to not let you, have the conversation about why was he meeting them at a white Confederate meeting in Chicago?
Oh, yeah. That happened with Malcolm X and George Lincoln Rockwell, too.
Yep. But guess what? They make sure those pictures are doctored in such a way that it doesn't make you ask the question.
Right.
Yeah. Why do they demonize people like Ben Carson, who young black men should be looking up to?
Well, they got to. They got to, because
I have a theory.
You can't have like the Bill Cosbys and all these people that say, "Hey, you're the master of your own destiny," because then you might do something about it.
We need Grok. I need one of these AI programs to figure out who this nigga right here is, man.
That's Trey's dad.
Hey, and check it out. Completely unharmed. What is going on, right?
I'm telling you, that's Trey's daddy right there.
They got children next to him. That's how you know he welcome, because they got the kids around.
Yeah.
White folk is not going to bring their kids around.
Dude, he was there.
Real is wild.
I guarantee you he was there because that was the day he was given his robes.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
It was
like
an induction ceremony.
This is the origin.
That's why the family's there.
Everything that you've ever been taught has told you that this picture should not exist. Everything you've been told says this picture is impossible, literally impossible. No way it should exist. But here we are.
Hey, also,
Here we are.
also how they don't break down the numbers of certain things, right? Like, everything's 12 years a slave, right? Nobody says, oh, hey, these people are property. Only so many people came over here originally. You know what I'm saying? They had the, there's negative history and all that stuff. But then there's stuff where it's like, it's not these crazy dramatizations like Color Purple everywhere. I can't believe they remade that.
If you don't mind me interjecting real quick, I live in the UK. I was forced to watch bloody Roots and Amistad in school in the UK. Why? Why would a Somalian be forced to watch a film about African American slavery? Why? Why was I forced to watch that?
The only thing greater
They
than
don't want you to
yourself.
forget that you sold them.
Hey, the only thing greater than yourself.
No. They want me to think I too am a victim because they want me to be under the black umbrella. Oh, thank you.
Well, yeah, they want you.
They didn't even make new propaganda. They just recycled the one from over here.
Well, they
So
wanted
there
to
you go.
be, they wanted to be part of the PO. It's
Oh,
no,
I
dude,
was watching Kunta become Toby. I'm like, wait, what the hell is this?
So, that's why I said it was hilarious when Kendrick Lamar dropped that line against Drake. They not like us. Like, bro, that line is gonna reverberate so far beyond hip hop.
Yes, Shaka, we do. We want to see your face.
It does kind of play out like that. Like it does that Pan-African thing. Like, yeah, we all dark, but they not like us, bro. And that's okay. Like they are who they are.
Right. But the thing is that was America, because that's when I learned America's the empire. Because me in the UK, I'm like, oh yeah, we are absorbing America's culture. That's the empire speaking. That was the empire. Like, yeah, listen here about African American struggles. You're black, Santa. You're black. I'm like, no, I'm not. What the hell is Kunta Kinte? Yeah. So
Toby. His name Toby.
Toby.
Let me address something too. Shout out to Uncut Underground in the chat, man. You know what? I need to swing around there too one of these days, since I be trying to stay on the chitlin circuit. But he says Rob Smith is a black gay conservative, and yeah, you're not wrong. He definitely is all those things. And I just I will remind you of the Groyper response to Rob Smith. This is why I refuse to abandon the Fuentes element of things, because it was the Groypers that put that nigga in his place. All right, nobody in the conservative movement wanted to put that gay nigga in his place except for the Groypers, and it was beautifully done too. Because there was a show where the TPUSA guys, it was Charlie Kirk and Rob Smith on stage, and one of the Groyper guys, this is during the Groyper Wars too. So one of the guys, they come up in the audience, and their whole strategy was to show up at these events with slacks and loafers and a nice jacket, and just be regular presentable white guys, and then ask really embarrassing questions. For example, he asked Robert Smith on stage right next to Charlie Kirk, what is conservative about two men having sex?
That is amazing.
How does that help the conservative movement? Can you explain to me the conservative quantities of gay sex? And, it was a simply stated question. He didn't, call him any racial or homosexual slurs or nothing like that. But he put that nigga in his place, because that shit is exactly how it's supposed to be. And this is why I don't necessarily think of myself as, quote, conservative, because conservatism isn't really where it's at.
Hey, Hood, you are slightly off, because it wasn't just the one. It was 13 of them in a row.
Wow, I only saw a couple clips. So
it was like 5 or 6 they had lined up. And then they started trying to screen him after that, and then that started Rob's slow demise. Because I believe Rob is one of those grifters anyway. Whatever's popular or coming into fashion, he just rode the wave. So,
I remember him and what's her name? Blair White. All these characters. I'm like, this is not conservative. What is that? It's like a circus.
Yeah. The only guy, I will say this, because this is actually funny as hell. There was a guy named Milo Yiannopoulos, right?
I remember him.
What's funny? What's funny about Milo? Yeah. Back when Kanye was running for president, I knew about Milo before even that.
I knew about Milo since 2013 in the UK.
Yeah, the alt-right dudes.
Yeah,
he wasn't quite alt-right. He was
no, that's what he got. That's what he got labeled. That's what he got labeled with, though.
That's what he morphed into.
Here's the funny thing about Milo. Milo was a gay, UK dude. I think he had a black husband and all that.
He had a black husband. He absolutely did, and they tried to label him racist.
Yeah.
Right, because this is what happened. He had a moment of clarity and it was on maybe live television. He was talking to some guy about the gay community and how there's always this sort of older man, younger man standard relationship in the gay community. And he started to talk about himself, and he kind of low-key revealed some basically an abuse type of situation. He was way older and you were way younger.
Yeah, you can see it dawn on him.
After that, this month he went back and said, "You know what? I'm not gay no more. I am abandoning the faith." And he's now like a right wing straight guy.
That's wild.
Crazy as hell.
You can't make
But by the way, Hood, you're right.
Like,
It
it
was
took
on
a
Joe
while,
Rogan.
but like 2 years later, like now, he's totally like, "Nope, I'm not gay. That shit's crazy."
Yeah.
He talks shit about gays.
prayed the
everything.
gay
It's wild
away.
now to watch it.
Prayed the gay.
He did. It's so hilarious, bro. It's crazy to think about.
But the thing is, Hood, he said on Joe Rogan's podcast about the whole pre stuff. I'm like, of all the panels, you could have said that. You chose the #1 podcast on the planet, and that just destroyed his whole career. Killed him. He
I mean, he kind of firebombed. He was a drama queen, if you will, right? With a bunch of different people early on. So he kind of firebombed a lot of his chances, if you will.
Bro, I used to watch it. I used to watch him on every Sunday in a UK program on the BBC. You know, there was like a bunch of people like discussing, you know, atheists versus gay versus Muslim, all that stuff, right? Way before his fame, and he was always that weirdo, like this being antagonistic, being the clown. So yeah, that was always him. It was always him, just being a clown.
But you know what? We kind of got way off course. Let me get back to
Milo Yiannopoulos.
Hey, Mahood, how does it make you feel that they know who we are? We're doing real work.
Hey, man, the fire rises, bro. That's all I want. I like to see the thing grow.
Hey,
what are the consequences? Because that's where.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, to the point where you got people like Megyn Kelly and Matt Walsh, whatever, like openly now beefing with each other about the stuff that we talk about.
You know, I've been trying to think about how to form this concept for like a long show, but the manosphere is effectively a mainstream thing. I don't think people have noticed it, but it's been a subtle, slowly it's happened slow, but the manosphere went from being hated, being suppressed, being like legally sued and whatnot. And you know, you've had a few people that are associated with the manosphere who crashed out, and they try to blame us for that. And so it's like, first they fight you, then they mock you, you know, they try to ignore you. And I forget how it goes. Like, they go through all the steps and then you win.
It's almost like the seven or what is it? The 7 steps of fucking grief.
Yes, the stages of grief. Yeah. The stages. Yeah.
Right.
You're right. Yeah. But by the way, guys, what do you think about Andrew Tate? Like, as Americans, like, what do you think about him?
I don't care. He's a Romanian British guy. I do not care. I do not care. Andrew Tate is a whoremonger, and he likes
this coming from a dirty foot Anglo-Saxon.
I don't care. I don't care. You're Irish,
and you're Scottish.
Oh,
and Anglo, the two worst things on the planet.
Superior to the Irish.
The Andrew Tate thing's like really a mixed bag, because if he says something true, I agree with it, but it's hard for me to get on board with pornographers.
You know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? Today's show is low-key themed race war, but the races keep falling out into intraracial conflict. It's so funny.
See my point, sir? See my point?
I can't say anything.
African and European is a lie.
I have to be an Anglo man. I have to be an Anglo-Scottish man, right?
Hey, you're the one that made sure everybody knew that you were pure blood Anglo.
I never said pure blood Anglo. I said majority Anglo.
Well, let me just kind of get back to the question though. Andrew Tate is he's an interesting character in a lot of ways, but I don't think he means all that much in the grand scheme of things.
Do you think he damaged the manosphere image? On mainstream.
Nah. It was always going to be that way. They were always going to find people to hang on to the manosphere, you know.
Yeah. Right. They want to make a target so they can destroy the target, and then hopefully any influence with it.
Well, either side doesn't want men's like issues at the forefront, because the right wants you in service in tradition to women, and then the left wants you to be matriarchal enforcers. So which pick your poison? Like Megyn Kelly, like conservative feminists, honestly, if we're being honest, are way worse than actually leftists, because conservative feminists, conservative feminists want to hold on to tradition but not uphold their end, which is just
hey Hood, that one UFC dude that beat up Sneeko. he was talking to Pearl, and there's a clip going around where
She
he's
kind of
like,
dog walked them.
I
Oh
was like,
snap, bro.
he's like, sack up. And I was like, why is this dude saying that? And now I agree that men should have like duty, but like this blind whatever, it just makes no sense. I did not like Pearl's like answer because I think it's too imprecise. She talks too much like Trump, like imprecisely. But I mean, the spirit of it, you know, I understand.
Well, I will say this because I've always liked Pearl, and for a woman, she does a great job of delivering the message. But ultimately, you need the right guy to do it. So there's that. But she kind of dog walks Strickland. I think I saw that clip that you were playing, and he's kind of got like this weird old school not even patriarchal, just sort of this classical allegiance to not his wife but his girlfriend. It's like this weird sort of pseudo masculinity thing. Like, I understand what you think you mean, but I don't think you understand what you actually mean. Like, you can't just have this random loyalty to the idea of woman. Like, no. There has to be an exchange of value. Otherwise, then you're just signing dudes up to walk into the meat grinder. And I can't support that under any guise of masculinity.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Sean Strickland was kind of like just like an outdated traditionalist. Like, yeah, that whole system is dead. This whole happy. We'll say
How the
happy
hell is
wife,
he
happy life.
traditional? How the hell is he
That's a
traditional?
great phrase. No, that's a great phrase. Outdated traditionalism, because he was attempting to argue from the traditionalist position, but tradition is dead, and he don't want to recognize that. That's kind of where we are now.
Yeah, but you got people advocating for stuff that they don't abide by. They were like, oh yeah, traditionalism, but they got an LTR.
Well,
you know what I'm saying? And it's like, several kids. And you'd be like, man, what the hell are you doing?
Well, that's what I meant about him. He's not arguing for his wife. He was arguing about his girlfriend. He's not even a married, committed guy. Like, it's one thing when a guy is successfully locked into it. They're like, I get that kind of blind spot, but he's just a hypocrite when he does it.
Yeah, like y'all boy Hafiz.
Man, what happened to that jag off, man? You know what I'm saying? He just got destroyed, but I forgot who destroyed him.
CGA. She was Coach Greg Adams.
Yeah. What happened since
Oh,
then?
the Nigerian, the roommate guy. The roommate.
Yeah. It was Pearl, and then CGA, and then like he did the round.
It was Lead Attorney. Lead Attorney killed him off. Lead Attorney.
Yeah, and he killed his channel. He killed his channel.
Okay. Yeah, I know he pretty much died after that, but okay, so he got a couple more cuts then, and then he died off. All right.
Yeah,
that was
he
wild.
was pumping that whole, just marry, happy wife, happy life, and it's like, bro,
I didn't get no prenup. I didn't get no prenup, and I was like, man, what's wrong with you, man?
It's funny, and then we got this FD signifier thing up here, and I was talking about this earlier. FD, he was great when he was doing his standalone, pre-edited, manicured content or whatever. It's like very stylish and highly finished. You know what I mean? You can tell it's like a high glossy magazine.
I'm stuck hearing this dude cry. I seen his video. His shit is terrible, straight terrible.
Well, I'm making that as a comparison to, like, even right now when he's live in the moment, he's like essentially has two left feet. He does a terrible job of arguing really anything.
Oh,
and
like
so when he makes his appearances, he kind of just he's awful. He's gonna get killed every time he makes his like live appearances. He can't argue the point as well.
Hey, Hood, like the time he was on Bernard Riley, I was on that panel, and he's like, we need to get with our queer brothers and sisters. And I was like, we don't have the same like interests. Why would you align with somebody that you're not going in the same direction with? That makes no sense.
You're talking about Obsidian, aren't you?
No.
That was a different thing.
No, it was FD on Bernard Riley's joint, right? And then I remember him and Fantastic was getting into it. And Bernard was like having a like kind of mute Fantastic because every time FD did a snide remark, Fantastic was like eating him up. And the conversation wasn't going anywhere. He kept on telling him he was a disrespectful dude.
Well, and he came up and said the same thing about the trans community on Bernard.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
No, Obsidian. That I was there for that too. That was a funny moment.
I know
that
you
was
were.
such a. he was, Obsidian says everything with his chest out too. That's what makes it so hilarious. But he was basically saying that gay men. Yeah, the Obsidian, Mumia Obsidian Ali.
Mumia,
I know
yeah.
Obsidian. I've done shows with him. I've worked with him a couple of times, right? And I got nothing against Obsidian, but this was a funny. This is a moment in time. You had to be there because I don't even know if it's up still. But we were having some kind of conversation, and at some point, I don't even know how it led, because it wasn't out of pocket, like the flow of the conversation. Like we were talking about a particular thing. And Obsidian brought up this point about the gay community having like a voice in the manosphere. Like that was literally his argument of like, why don't gay men have a voice in the manosphere? And Bernard, I was there. It was Bernard, myself, and Game Changer, right? And all three of us were like, bruh, what the fuck? Like we were having a great conversation. You're gonna say some crazy shit like that. Like it was literally niggas ended the show. I remember like after the show, Bernard and Game Changer at Obsidian had a whole conversation, and I kind of just dipped off because I didn't really want to be there anyway. But they spoke among themselves, because nigga, really, why would you even do that live on air too? I can't believe you would say some shit like that. Like it was such a thing. Like, bro, I can't believe you did that.
Bro, I used to follow Obsidian like back in like 2018, 2019 roughly. Like back when you had Angry Man, Game Changer, like the old crew, and Obsidian was like, yeah, I'll bang a heifer over the couch. He was like fire, but then over time it kind of slipped. It was slipping. The persona was kind of slipping. Like Obsidian, you're not backing up what you're trying to say, bro. And now you're telling me he's trying to defend, the do funnies, the rainbow community. God.
I don't know if it was defense like that though.
Defending, okay, but
yeah, I don't think he was going that far. It
might have been like just like a show topic. Yeah.
I will say this. Because it's not like he goes in that direction as a regular thing, but he brought it up in this one time, and it was just such a weird thing. Like, bro, what are you thinking, bro?
Yeah.
It was so out of character.
Hey, then I remember like maybe a year later when he was still doing his YouTube show, like he pretty much nipped that in the bud because they was like throwing like straight black men under the bus left and right.
Yeah. Oof.
And maybe again, this is what I mean about we all kind of have our personal journeys and shit. You don't know everything today that you knew, yesterday, right? You learn on the way. Maybe he didn't really get that part of it at all. Like my whole take on the thing is there's really no way that the two worlds can blend. Like even if you're one of those, gay dudes who you're quote unquote cool or whatever, like, you're harmless or whatever as people might think, however it works out, nobody really thinks about you that much. It doesn't mean you should be a part of the manosphere. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a whole different kind of thing. You got to be over there in your world.
Hey, I was gonna say, it's funny, man. Like I used to listen to him on Clubhouse all the time. He still does rooms over there, and man, like he started like doing like rooms with Kevin Samuels, like a couple of their like some real big detractors, and they kind of came over to like his side because. There's a lot of people that radicalize you on the internet. I'll tell you that.
Well, that's the good thing about having conversations like this on the internet. It will either radicalize you. Well, it's going to de-radicalize you from like leftism or further radicalize you to the right. Because once you actually start to listen to who people really are and how people are amongst each other and what people think and how people really feel. And because, like a lot of us were low-key like raised by the television, TV and movies shaped our perception of reality.
High key.
High key, right? Right. But no, I don't think people get it in that way that I'm trying to explain it. Like most people don't really understand how much the television has shaped our minds. It's like even saying it, acknowledging it, and struggle against it,
Shout out to Archie Bunker.
Right.
He was a real one. A real one.
You know what low key he was? He was the real one.
Right. And you see now how all of us have kind of grown and matured to a point where we can look at an Archie Bunker figure and see him kind of fondly, even though he was low key supposed to be like the comedic bad guy. And this is why, as a content creator, I lean into the race conversation, and I don't have any kind of sensitivity and fear of it, because one, I don't think that raw racial hatred is as widespread as most Black people think it is, and then two, because it's not really like that, it's actually kind of funny.
It is. It actually is.
You're right about that, but you know, if we keep going the direction we're going, it's going to get serious. I really believe that.
Well,
yeah. Well, you know what,
Vincent,
stop. Vincent, you typed something in the comment section earlier. Let's double back to that meta expression. European race war. Go.
Repeat that one more time.
Well, you said, I think I'm gonna try to paraphrase again. You said a race war is more likely to happen in Europe. Why would you think about that?
Because America is like more, like it's way more multiculturalism. Like that system has been in place for like decades and decades, because you were kind of forced to, you know, the founding stock, you know, the Europeans with the natives, and then you got the South Americans, you know, the mestizos and all that, and then you had the transatlantic slavery with the blacks. Like you guys were all kind of forced to mix together for like what, like 250 years. Like
it'll be 250 years. It'll be 250 years next year.
Well, there you go. So for that time period, you guys were literally like one. When they said the melting pot, that is America. But with Europe is a new thing. It's a new phenomenon. This whole multiculturalism is probably 30 years, to be fair with you. Like the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, Europe was like very white until the 90s. The 90s, slowly more immigrants came in until the 2000s, post, you know, the event. The floodgate just opened in. Boom.
Well, also
Europe was bombarded with, you know, all these Arab, African immigrants. Like, go ahead, Bumpkin. I'm sorry.
Gaddafi's death also was a big
that was the final nail in the coffin.
He called it too. He literally called it. He said Europe will be flooded with Africans.
Shout out to Gaddafi. You're mad chilling in heaven right now, buddy. I'm sorry that the United States.
And Bumpkin, who killed him? Bumpkin.
United States military.
Who
Hillary Clinton did. Hillary fucking Clinton.
Thank you. We saw, we lost. It was that bitch.
No, it wasn't Obama. It was Hillary fucking Clinton who was solely responsible for it.
Yeah, don't blame the black man. It was that woman.
Well, the buck stopped.
She was the Secretary of State, and she's the one that called the strike on it.
Secretary of State of what? No, the Secretary of State of what administration?
The Obama administration.
Okay. No. She
Obama was taking orders. Dude, if you think she was taking orders from Obama, you got another thing. She was the one giving orders.
I'm saying that he was good with it. It was all they was all in it together.
Yes. And what y'all forget is he can't control the women around him. Look at Michelle. It's the truth. Look at it.
Michelle's been slandering the shit out of him on that podcast.
Man, it's bad, man. Look, my white friends be sending me clips, man, being like, "Hey, man, somebody gonna do something about this?"
No. I didn't realize we were going so long. I'm gonna have to wrap this up in a few more minutes, though, because we're almost to 4.5 hours, and I gotta go get some dinner tonight. But we're not done just yet.
Real quick, Hood, I just want to say, since you're ending it, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry if I offended anybody tonight. But I'm standing 10 toes down on my shit.
10 toes down.
I'm not offended.
I'm not sorry.
Ante, you're not offended, bro. You get to literally live in white paradise while being a parasite. You're fine, homie.
I'm coming for you, Mobkin. I'm coming for your state. The Somalis are coming. They're gonna take over your whole state.
What?
The Somalis are coming.
Guess what, Vanta? This isn't the UK, okay, buddy?
No, we took over Minnesota.
This isn't the UK, buddy.
Listen, it's okay. Man, we're gonna have to purge Minnesota one day. Vanta, don't take it personal when I cheer for the purge of Minnesota.
Yeah,
I like you, but they gotta go.
I want you to do it. Do it.
There's something wrong with the water in Minnesota, dude. I'm telling you.
Hey, Hood, man, when I die, I'm gonna go to Snow Bunny Heaven. Snow.
Hey, and all the gay ones are going to go to Snow Buddy Heaven.
Oh, that's terrible.
You know something, Vanta. I'm gonna go off on a limb here and ask you a question. I don't want to just assume because you're here to confirm. But you seem to, even though you acknowledge Somalian heritage, you seem to claim the West more than Somalia.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
I want him to say it. I want to hear from him.
I'll tell you why. Because I was born in Somalia, but I was born during the Civil War, 1988. So my parents, high IQ enough, they took me out from the war, and I grew up in the Middle East, Dubai, for 10 years, and then I came to the UK and remained since. So I never went back to Africa since the age of 6 months old. So yeah, I have no allegiance to Somalia. Zero, none. I'm a seller.
It's wild with your pirate picture up too. That's hilarious too.
I know.
But, like I was just saying, listen, all men must choose, bro. So you chose.
No, but
I chose. God save the Queen.
I respect that a whole lot more than the position to where I'm going to stay here, F this place, but don't send me anywhere else. That's crazy to me.
No, I hate those immigrants. I despise them. Like I want them thrown into the ocean like Megatron and Transformers. Throw them into the ocean. Yeah, useless. Because pick your side. Are you gonna pick your homeland or your adopted land? Pick one.
Anta, I call you a Somali pirate and raise you a black KKK member.
Oh shit! I like stealing boats. To be fair, I'd rather be a pirate. I like to steal some boats.
Of course you would.
I don't blame you. I wanted to be a pirate before too, because the Somali pirate life, I mean, I don't, you can be a drug dealer in Brooklyn, or you can be a Somali pirate. And I like adventurism.
And by the way, there's a perfect South Park episode about Somali pirates, which is very funny. You can watch that, and it'll sum up the whole Somalian lifestyle.
I'm the captain now.
Captain now. I hate that film, Captain Phillip.
Hey, listen, guys, thank y'all so much for coming through tonight, man. It's been a fun race war, man. We make race war fun here. I don't know if you guys get that on other channels.
We need to make this an every Sunday thing, dude.
It's like a natural state. It's like the natural shit I am is in race war status. I don't know why, bro. I have no idea why.
Hey, Bumpkin, welcome to the Black Manosphere. You've finally been initiated.
Yeah.
I was
you guys
finish. Sorry, I was making dinner and arguing about
so was I.
He was Kangs and shit. That was crazy.
Hey man, you gotta have respect for them chocolate gods and goddesses, sir.
What you talking about, man? We was Aztecs, Bumpkin. What you talking about, man?
Rich. Now what's our motto? We was Kangs.
Yo, that Attack of Titan.
That's right. No longer Egypt. No longer Egypt. It's we were Aztecs and shit. We the real Native Americans and shit.
We was everybody but Africans. That's crazy.
I know.
Black Americans have determined that we were everything but African.
I know.
Listen, Hood. We can have a different stream about we were aliens. Nephilim and Anunnaki and all these space wizards.
No. Technically, those are white people. I've seen some black people try to claim it, but literally that because where else do white people come from? If niggas was everybody, where do white people come from?
Let's not actually
we come from the Caucasus Mountains, and I'm here to tell you that I still blame Keisha for birthing white supremacy.
No, they came from Yakub's laboratory.
Yeah,
right, that's all Yakubian theory. Technically, you and Snowman are saying the same thing. That's all Yakubian theory.
No, what you got to understand is the entirety of like white DNA was literally cut off from the rest of the world for thousands and thousands of years. We legitimately spent thousands of years conquering each other over and over and over again until we decided, you know what?
What we did, Bumpkin, we honed our skills until we could get our get back.
What was the get back, bro? They didn't even have fucking
taking over the rest of the damn globe.
What, like, for what? Spices, bro? Like we landed on Africa.
Yeah, crazy. We took over the globe for spices and then didn't even try to learn how to use them.
Yeah, whites landed in Africa and they're like, "Hey, why are you guys so like poor and uncivilized?" The African replied, "You're gonna be blamed for
it." True history.
Look, true history. This is why you come here, for true history lessons. Nobody talks about it like this. We're gonna wrap this one up though, man. I appreciate you guys for coming through the panel tonight. It's been a great race war. We will. I can't. I don't know if I'll do this every Sunday because not every Sunday I have a great way to introduce the topic. But it'll be a recurring theme. I'll do that much at least. But
I think
you guys have a great
I think it should become a weekly thing, like the you and Bernard Riley show.
Oh man, it is so hard to do a weekly theme. You don't even know, man. But I'll do my best. I'll do my best. But you guys have a great night. We're gonna get up out of here, man. I gotta go for real, man. Peace, y'all.
Aspiring to be patriarchs like what white men have, that isn't freedom. That isn't gonna help anybody. It's certainly not going to help black people.
It's done. It's done. It's done.